Chapter 1. Posted, 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 posted. The sky was slightly brighter, but it was still quiet. Most of the people in Little Lake Town were still asleep, but Chun-Zong quickly opened his eyes. He twisted his body as nimbly as a loach and quietly landed on the ground. He quickly put on his clothes and washed up, ate a few bites of pancakes, tied heavy iron plates to his limbs, waist, and back, and quietly opened the door and closed the door. The light outside was dim, and it was quiet. He took a deep breath of fresh air and slowly exhaled. Traces of coolness circled around his chest, making Chun-Zong feel refreshed. He moved his limbs and ran forward. The heavy iron plates on his body weighed 15 kilograms. Even though Chun-Zong carried them every day, he was still panting after running a few hundred meters. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Only by going through hardships can one rise above others. He ran to the lakeside and stopped to rest for a few minutes. Then he continued to run around the lakeside. The lakeside was more than 1,600 meters long, and it took him more than 10 minutes to run with 15 kilograms of weight. After running 3 laps in a row, Chun-Zong was drenched in sweat. He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His skin was red and his body was hot. His heart was beating like a drum, and his breathing was heavy like a big bellows in a blacksmith's shop. As the sun rose, the first ray of light shone on Chun-Zong's face, intertwining with the reflection of his sweat. The morning light filled the air, and he was full of vitality. Trying hard to take deep breaths, Chun-Zong spread his feet as wide as his shoulders. His front legs were bent, and his back knees were almost touching the ground. He lifted his heels and used the soles of his feet to support himself. He lowered his body forward, and his center of gravity was on his feet. His muscles were tight, and his left hand formed a tiger's claw in front of his eyes. His right hand was clenched into a fist behind his chin. His palm was straight like a crouching tiger. He was ready to attack. Ha! As he exhaled, his voice exploded like spring thunder. His crouched body suddenly moved forward. His waist exerted strength and his back rose and fell as if he was about to rush forward. His strength surged. His right fist struck out with full force, like a fierce tiger stretching out its claws. The tiger's strength fist technique was one of the Chun family's 3 foundation establishment martial arts. It imitated the movements of a fierce tiger and had a total of 5 styles. Once mastered, one could train up to 50% of one's body. It could be used not only as a way to strengthen one's body and blood, but also as a means of attack and defense. Chun-Zong had been practicing for 2.5 years and had a basic grasp of the 5 styles. Chun-Zong performed the 5 moves of the Tiger Strength Fist art in succession. Wind blew under his fists. Chun-Zong withdrew his fists and stood up straight, exhaling a long breath. Starting with the crouching tiger style, ending with the violent tiger style, creating the sound of wind. I wonder when he will reach the advanced stage? Martial arts could be divided into entry, small success, great success, and even perfection. There was a saying, great success was easy to obtain, but perfection was hard to find. To master it, one only needed to put in enough time and effort. To master it, one needed to comprehend the essence of martial arts and grasp its essence. The Tiger Strength Fist art was divided into 4 levels: Tiger Form, Tiger Sound, Tiger Roar, and Tiger Force. They corresponded to entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Tiger Form meant that one could skillfully perform the 5 moves of the Tiger Strength Fist art. On the surface, it looked like a fierce tiger, but its power was very weak. It was almost an empty shell. Tiger Sound meant that one could perform the Tiger Strength Fist art in succession and had a certain amount of power. When one attacked, one could create a slight sound of wind, like a tiger's growl. Tiger Roar meant that one could fully display the power of the Tiger Strength Fist art. When it was performed, it was as if a fierce tiger was standing in front of one, opening its mouth and roaring. As for Tiger Force, Chen Zong still didn't understand what it was. In the whole family, no one had practiced the Tiger Strength Fist art to the perfection stage. Normal people can reach entry in 3 months, small success in 1 year, and great success in 3 years. But it took me 2 years to reach small success. My progress is slow. Chen Zong muttered to himself in a low voice, full of unwillingness. This damn congenital lack of blood qi made me train hard for 2.5 years. Not only did it delay the progress of my martial arts, but my cultivation has also only reached the first level of the qi and blood realm. How can I participate in the martial disciple battle in a month? How can I enter the clan hall? How can I find the elixirs for father? Thinking of the family disciples who practiced martial arts at the same time as him, if not at the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm, they were at least at the 2nd level of the qi and blood realm. Even the family disciples who were 1 year younger than him were now at the 2nd level of the qi and blood realm. Chen Zong was full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for the congenital lack of blood qi. Thinking of this, Chen Zong was a little absent-minded. When he was still in the womb, he was attacked by a demon beast and had a difficult birth. His mother sacrificed herself to protect him. Even so, Chen Zong was still afflicted with a congenital lack of blood qi. Even though the congenital lack of blood qi seriously delayed the progress of his martial arts practice, Chen Zong had never resented it. He just couldn't help but feel irritated sometimes. He was clearly a few times more hard-working than others, but because of the congenital lack of blood qi, he fell far behind others. If the first time isn't enough, I'll do it twice. If the second time isn't enough, I'll do it 3 times. Father said that people must constantly strive for self-improvement. I'm just slower than others. It's not like I can't practice martial art. If I persevere, I'll succeed. With a low roar, Chen Zong once again assumed the crouching tiger stance and started practicing again. Fate was like this, but what could he do? He could only fight and strive for self-improvement. Crouching tiger, rushing tiger, twisting tiger, leaping tiger, and raging tiger. He used all of his strength in each of the 5 stances. Blood qi surged all over his body, causing his skin to turn red. Sweat constantly seeped out, soaking his rough gray shirt. Many crisscrossed footprints were left on the ground. The sun rose, shining its golden light on the earth, awakening all life. After practicing the Tiger Strength Fist art 3 times, Chen Zong had to stop. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, feeling as if his muscles were being torn apart. The pain was like a tide, wave after wave. It's not enough. Keep practicing. Chen Zong clenched his teeth and stretched his arms and legs with difficulty. He was about to assume the crouching tiger stance again. I have to become stronger. I have to become a martial artist. I have to surpass the Qi blood realm. Only then can I find the precious medicine to cure father and restore his cultivation. The pain caused the veins on Chen Zong's forehead to bulge. His face twisted and his body twitched. However, his incomparably strong will forced him to endure. He once again assumed the crouching tiger stance, accumulated his strength, and executed the rushing tiger stance. Every day, Chen Zong trained himself like this, desperately digging out his potential. After the 4th practice, Chen Zong could no longer endure it. He lay on the ground, twitching non-stop. His body did not feel like his own. After resting for a while, Chen Zong struggled to get up. His stomach was rumbling like thunder. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. On the way home, a familiar figure walked in front of him. His cheeks were thin, and he looked like he had been through a lot. He was wearing a rough gray shirt, with a hemp rope hanging on his shoulder and a chopper hanging on his waist. His steps were firm. It was his father, Chen Zhengtang. The porridge is ready. Eat it while it's hot. Seeing Chen Zong, Chen Zhengtang said as usual, when you practice martial arts you need to relax. Don't overdo it. Don't worry, father. I'll be careful, Chen Zong said with a smile. Facing the rising sun, he looked like he was shining brightly. Nodding, Chen Jingtang walked past Chen Zong. Chen Zong looked back and stared at his father's back. His father's thin back was not as strong as before. He was still standing straight until he turned the corner and disappeared. The Chen family was a big family in Xiaohu town. They had hundreds of people, and they used a lot of fuel every day. His father, Chen Jingtang, used to be the #1 warrior in the family. However, in order to find medicine for himself to replenish his blood and qi so that he could practice martial arts better, he fought with monsters. He was seriously injured and his blood and qi deteriorated. In the end, he lost all of his cultivation. Not only did he become an ordinary person, but he also got sick all over his body. Logically speaking, his father had made a great contribution to the family. Since he had lost all of his cultivation, he was qualified to enjoy the family's support. However, his father was just like his name, upright and honest. He said that he had only lost his cultivation, not that he was disabled to the point that he could not move. How could he enjoy the family's support with a clear conscience? Without cultivation, he could not go into the forest to look for herbs and hunt. He could only do some work that he could to earn money to support himself and his son, such as chopping trees and chopping firewood. Chen Jingtang was teaching Chen Zong with his own actions. He was constantly influencing him. As long as he lived, he would not stop improving himself. After finishing the porridge, Chen Zong washed the pots and bowls. He rested while reading. Practicing martial arts could strengthen one's body and control one's power. Reading books could accumulate knowledge and enrich one's mind. Brother Zong, something bad has happened. A young man rushed in from outside and shouted, "What's so urgent?" Chen Zong put down his book and looked at him with a smile. He was wearing a green martial arts uniform made of coarse cloth. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. His name was Chen Yiming. He was younger than Chen Zong by a year. His father and Chen Zong's father had a good relationship. Chen Yiming and Chen Zong grew up together. They were not brothers, but they were as close as brothers. Today's energy pills were given out just now. Brother Zong, your share was taken by Chen Jigang. Chen Yiming said while panting, his face full of anger. Energy pills were brewed with the essence of the 5 grains mixed with some herbal essences. They contained a rich amount of energy, and had an obvious effect on the cultivation of Qi and Blood Realm Level 1 to Level 3 martial disciples. They were very valuable. Even though the Chen family had a large fortune, they could only provide 1 energy pill every 3 months. Let's not talk about this for now. What happened to your eye? Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He pointed at the bruise on Chen Yiming's left eye and asked in a serious tone. I saw Chen Jigang take Brother Zong's energy pill. I wanted to take it back, but that bastard Chen Zhongjie ambushed me. Chen Yiming said nonchalantly, if it wasn't for the ambush, that bastard wouldn't have been my match. Aren't energy pills given out in the afternoon? Also, don't you have to be there in person to receive them? Chen Zong asked in a low voice. Anger was swirling in his chest because Chen Yiming was injured and his energy pill was taken away. That was the case in the past, but the person in charge of distributing the energy pills was changed. It was Chen Jigang's uncle. He said that Brother Zong, you're only at Qi and Blood Realm Level 1 after 2.5 years of cultivation. You're no different from a piece of trash. It would be a waste to give the energy pill to you, so he decided to give it to Chen Jigang. Chen Yiming said hatefully, that bastard. Just because Chen Jigang's father is the #1 martial artist in the family, he did so many unfair things. Hearing this, Chen Zong was even angrier, but his voice was incomparably cold. Maybe 1 energy pill won't help me improve much, but without that energy pill, my improvement will be even slower. This is equivalent to cutting off my future. Brother Zong, you have to calm down. Don't go looking for Chen Jigang. Seeing Chen Zong's chest heaving up and down, Chen Yiming hurriedly said, "Not only has Chen Jigang's cultivation reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 3, I heard that his Tiger Strength Fist technique also broke through a few days ago and reached the phenomenal level. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly." Chen Zong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew very well that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. Ever since his father lost his cultivation and was unable to recover, the father and son's status in the family had plummeted. There was no one to uphold justice for them. If he impulsively went looking for Chen Jigang to settle the score, he would end up being injured, which would undoubtedly increase his father's burden. Chapter 2. Please collect the monthly red ticket. Come quickly, dear customer. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone on the ground like snow. The lake was calm like a mirror, reflecting the full moon as if it contained another world. The surface of the lake was covered in the moonlight. Chen Zong lay by the lake with his hands behind his head. He bathed in the moonlight and stared at the bright moon in a daze. His mind was in a mess. He had put in so much effort and received so little in return. He was not satisfied. But to practice martial arts, hard work was not enough. One also needed external support. Otherwise, one would only exhaust oneself and eventually collapse. For example, Chen Jigang could eat the flesh of ferocious beasts for every meal to strengthen his body. He could also take energy pills to aid in his cultivation. It was said that the disciples of the large families in Martial Wind City were able to eat energy pills every few days. If his father still had his cultivation, it would be easy for Chen Zong to eat the meat of wild beasts every day. It would also not be difficult for him to take an energy pill every once in a while. However, there were no ifs. The fact was that Chen Zong had been looking forward to receiving an energy pill every 3 months. Today, however, it was ruined. Sometimes, Chen Zong was at a loss when he thought about it. The lack of qi and blood was innate. Unless there was a suitable elixir to improve it, it would always exist. It would seriously hinder him and make Chen Zong's dream and goal become distant. However, elixirs were extremely rare. Even his father, who used to be at the 7th level of the qi and blood realm, could not get them. As he thought about it, Chen Zong suddenly felt that the moonlight tonight was especially bright. Something's not right. It seems like something is falling. He tried his best to open his eyes and see clearly, but he only saw a ray of light that was brighter than the moon falling rapidly. It seems to be coming toward me, oh no! Chen Zong finally reacted when the sword-like ray of light fell. When he was about to dodge, the sword-like ray of light seemed to know his intention. Its speed increased by 100 times, piercing through space and time and shooting into the space between Chen Zong's eyebrows. It was as if his head was pierced. Intense pain spread throughout his body like a flash flood, causing Chen Zong to pass out. Where is this? Chen Zong looked around blankly. He was surrounded by a dark void. When he looked down, he could not see his body, but he could feel his existence. It was very strange. Traces of silver light spread from afar, attracting Chen Zong to fly over. Chen Zong did not know how long he flew before he saw the light. A ball of silver light in the center of the dark void. The closer he got, the more Chen Zong. The silver light seemed to be formed from countless silver dragons that crisscrossed together. Every single silver dragon seemed to have come from the void. They connected the heavens and the earth, pierced through space, and contained boundless profundities. At the center of the light weaved by countless silver dragons, a fragment floated quietly. It looked like the tip of a sword and was completely silver-white in color. It emitted ancient and profound ripples. Suddenly, the space between his eyebrows flickered. Its charm was peerless in the mortal world and surpassed the moonlight. Layers of light spread out like water ripples, covering every part of Chen Zong's body. It seemed that something was constantly being squeezed out of Chen Zong's body. After the moon passed the middle of the sky, it gradually sank into the west. The flowing light on Chen Zong's body returned to between his eyebrows, and the light was restrained. His fingers moved unconsciously, and his eyelids trembled as he opened them. At first, his eyelids were blank, but then they became sharp. The stench went into his nostrils, like a rotting rat that had been dead for several days, making Chen Zong retch. How could this be? Chen Zong exclaimed. There was a layer of sticky mud on his hands and body. His eyesight was better than before. Under the bright moonlight, he could clearly distinguish between black and red, which was the source of the stench. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the lake to scrub vigorously. After scrubbing more than 10 times, he finally washed off the black and red mud on his body. Chen Zong was surprised to find that his skin had become white and rosy, like that of a baby. The paleness, dryness, and all kinds of scars caused by excessive martial arts practice in the past no longer existed. His whole body was light, as if he could fly with a jump. His heart was strong, his blood qi was strong, and his whole body was full of strength. This feeling was unprecedented. Chen Zong could not help but laugh loudly. After a sleepless night, Chen Zong was full of energy. This is great. Not only is the root cause of the congenital deficiency of blood qi gone, but I'm also full of blood qi. Even my cultivation has broken through to the second level of the qi and blood realm. Beside the lake, Chen Zong's face was full of excitement. It's said that some old treasured medicine can cleanse the marrow and meridians. Is it like this? Stronger, faster, and more agile. Even my brain is more flexible. It's as if I've been reborn. As he spoke, Chen Zong assumed the crouching tiger stance. His heart beat, his blood qi surged, and more power flowed through his limbs and bones. In the space between his eyebrows, the tip of the sword vibrated slightly, and a silver dragon danced. Chen Zong forgot everything and focused on the fist technique. Punch. Charging tiger stance. With one punch, it was as if the air was pierced, and the wind howled. Twisting tiger stance. Leaping tiger stance. Violent tiger stance. With the last punch, the wind howled. Ha 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 ha. The strength of the second level of the qi and blood realm is indeed much stronger than the first level. Chen Zong retracted his fist and laughed loudly. The first major realm of martial arts was the qi and blood realm. It was divided into 9 levels. From the first level of the qi and blood realm to the third level, it was the foundation of strengthening the body and strengthening the blood qi. Hence, it was called a martial disciple. At the first level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 50 to 100 pounds. At the second level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 200 to 300 pounds. At the third level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 400 to 500 pounds. This was the standard. Some people who were born with stronger strength would exceed the standard. For example, Chen Jigang, who was at the peak of the third level of the qi and blood realm, had the strength of 600 pounds. Previously, Chen Zong's arm strength was less than 100 pounds. Now, it was more than 200 pounds and less than 300 pounds. It was a leap in strength. His breakthrough not only increased his strength, but also his speed and the power of his fist technique. Again, with a low shout, Chen Zong assumed the crouching tiger stance again. In the past, due to the lack of blood qi, he always felt weak. He would be exhausted after 3 or 4 times. Now, after 5 times, he still had energy left. Over and over again, he felt very carefree. His mind was clear, and his understanding of the tiger's strength fist technique improved exponentially. He grasped all the details that he had overlooked in the past. On the 10th time, his body leaped up like a ferocious tiger, followed by a punch. It was as if a ferocious tiger had gone berserk to injure its opponent. When the punch was thrown, the sound of wind breaking could be heard, as if a ferocious tiger was roaring in the distance. Tiger roar, the tiger's strength fist technique, has reached the initial stage of full mastery. Chen Zong was shocked. Yesterday, he was still worrying about when he would be able to reach full mastery in the Tiger Strength Fist technique. Only a day later, he had reached full mastery. This was too fast. It must have something to do with what happened last night. Chen Zong thought to himself. He was very excited. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to cultivate and strive to improve further. After another 10 times, Chen Zong threw out punches. Every punch was accompanied by a strong roar of the wind. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring in front of him. The peak of full mastery. Chen Zong gasped. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The blood qi in his body was surging and growing bit by bit. It was like the water of a great river, quickly dispelling his fatigue. When I reach full mastery in the Tiger Strength Fist technique, I'll be able to train 50% of the body. It's better than when I reach full mastery. The effect of training will be more obvious. Chen Zong was very happy, but then he frowned. The martial disciple tournament in the Li clan only lasts for 29 days. Even if I reach full mastery in the Tiger Strength Fist technique, I won't be able to reach the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. It will be very difficult for me to get into the top 3 of the martial disciple tournament. The martial disciple tournament was held once a year. The top 3 could go to the Chun clan's ancestral hall to cultivate in the martial Wind City. They could learn more advanced martial arts and enjoy more resources. Every branch family disciple was very eager to go to the martial disciple tournament. They saw it as an opportunity to make a great leap forward. However, only disciples under the age of 15 could participate. Chen Zong would be 15 in 3 months. This was his only chance. Entering the ancestral hall to cultivate, become a martial artist, and become stronger. Then, he could find medicine to cure his father's illness and restore his cultivation. This had always been his dream, and it was also the goal he was fighting for. If I can get a better foundation building martial arts than the Tiger Strength Fist technique, my cultivation speed will be faster. Chen Zong muttered to himself. He knew that it was just a fantasy. Unexpectedly, the sword tip in the space between his eyebrows seemed to understand his words. It trembled slightly, and a silver dragon flew out and rushed into Chen Zong's mind. As if struck by lightning, Chen Zong's body trembled. He became motionless as if he had become a statue. Half an hour later, Chen Zong rolled his eyes and woke up. His face was full of smiles. He didn't know if it was because he had suffered too much in the past. God was kind enough to make it up to him. In that half an hour, Chen Zong obtained a foundation-building martial art. It was a foundation-building martial art that was far superior to the Tiger Strength Fist technique. The 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword emphasizes the unity of the sword, the body, and the steps. At the beginning, it can train 60% of the body. At the beginning, it can train 70% of the body. At the beginning, it can train 70% of the body. At the end of the day, it can train 80% of the body. At the end of the day, it can train 100% of the body. Chen Zong murmured as if he was in a dream. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the cultivation speed of the Tiger Strength Fist technique was too slow. He didn't expect to be given a foundation-building martial art that was far superior to the Tiger Strength Fist technique. Moreover, it was a rare weaponized foundation-building martial art. Could it be that all requests are granted? Chen Zong was puzzled. Give me 2 energy pills. There was no response. Could it be that he asked for too many? Why not just change it to 1 pill? There was still no response. Chen Zong could only give up and shift his attention to the 8 forms of the true sword. In order to cultivate the 8 forms of the true sword, one must first have a sword. When the cultivation level of the clan's disciples reaches the first level of the Qi and Blood realm, they can get a free weapon from the weapons room. This is a good opportunity to use it. Chen Zong thought to himself. He strode in the direction of the clan's weapons room. Along the way, he continued to ponder over the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword consisted of a total of 8 sword forms in ascending order. They were crouching sword form, drawing sword form, charging sword form, ring sword form, chopping sword form, chaotic sword form, swift sword form, and explosive sword form. There were 5 forms for the movement technique: standing, crouching, bouncing, twisting, and spinning. There were 6 forms for the movement technique: charging, sliding, tapping, shifting, leaping, and spinning. The 8 forms could be used in succession or individually. Each form had to be combined with the corresponding movement technique to maximize its power. The method of cultivation, the movements and changes of each form were clearly displayed in his mind, as if they were branded. Just the beginner level requires one to combine the sword, body, and movement technique. It's very difficult. However, once I've reached the beginner level, I'll have considerable power. Perhaps it'll be enough to surpass the initial level of the Tiger Strength Fist technique. Chapter 3. If you don't have money, please vote for me. If you have money, please vote for me. If you have money, please vote for me. There was a martial arts field in the family. It was more than 200 meters in length and width. It was quite big. On weekdays, all the disciples of the family would come to the martial arts field to practice. Firstly, the atmosphere was good. Secondly, the elders of the family would teach them. At first, Chen Zong often came, but he was often ridiculed and even bullied, which seriously affected his practice. Also, he was injured by Chen Zhongjie several times, which wasted a lot of time. So he just stopped coming and practiced by himself. The weapon room was in the corner of the martial arts field. On the field, more than 10 disciples of the family were practicing. Look, isn't that Chen Zong? A sharp-eyed disciple saw Chen Zong and immediately exclaimed, "Yes, that's him. Didn't he practice by himself? Why is he here again? Maybe he didn't make any progress in his practice, so he wants to come to the martial arts field again. Does he think that Chen Zhongjie has forgotten about him? What a pity. I heard that his energy pill was given to Chen Jigang yesterday. I think it's right. Brother Jigang is the #1 martial disciple in the family. Not to mention Brother Jigang, even compared to us, Chen Zong is a loser. It's a waste to give him the energy pill." Ignoring the gazes and discussions of the disciples of the family, Chen Zong walked through the martial arts field and into the weapon room. The weapon room was about 10 meters in length and width. There were wooden shelves on the 4 walls. There were many weapons on the shelves. There were 6 kinds of weapons: knives, spears, swords, sticks, bows, arrows, and daggers. An old man was in charge of the weapon room. Maybe he was old and tired easily, so he was taking a nap. Chen Zong didn't disturb him. He walked directly to the shelf where the swords were placed. There were more than 10 swords on the shelf. The longest was more than 1 meter, and the shortest was less than half a meter. Chen Zong eliminated the longest and shortest swords, and the remaining 5 swords were suitable for him. Chen Zong picked up the swords one by one, waved them casually, and felt them carefully. People were different, and so were swords. The length, thickness, weight were the best for him. In the end, Chen Zong held a sword in each hand and compared them carefully. It seemed that the 2 swords were of the same length and thickness, but there was a slight difference in weight. After a few minutes of comparison, Chen Zong put down the sword in his left hand and chose the sword in his right hand. The entire sword was made of wood, and its entire body was black. It was engraved with threads that could prevent slipping. The entire sword was very ordinary, and was not worth a few jade money. Thinking about it, the Chen family of Small Lake Town was just a branch family, and they were limited in all aspects. The weapons that they received for free were naturally not much better. Chen Zong didn't mind. On the contrary, he was a little excited. This was his first time holding a sword. He didn't know why, but there was a familiar feeling, as if he had held a sword for years. Holding the sword with his right hand, Chen Zong's left hand gently brushed the blade. The cold touch made Chen Zong shiver unconsciously. The sword body was 62 centimeters long, the sword hilt was 20 centimeters long, the sword body connected to the sword case was 3.5 centimeters wide and 1 centimeter thick, the sword tip was 2.5 centimeters wide and 0.6 centimeters thick, and the net weight of the sword was 2.5 centimeters wide and 0.6 centimeters thick. He couldn't bear to part with it. He then sheathed the sword and woke up the old man who was dozing off. After registering, he strode out of the weapon room with the sword in his left hand and saw more than a dozen family disciples staring at him. He's out. He's still holding an iron sword in his hand. If you can't practice the tiger power fist technique, are you going to practice the sword technique? But our family doesn't have a sword technique. You're thinking too much. Even if the family has a foundation building sword technique, the difficulty of cultivation is above the fist technique. If you can't even practice the fist technique, what sword technique do you want to practice? I think he's planning to sell the iron sword for money. At least he can sell it for 10 or 20 jade money. A person said self-righteously. This kind of thing had happened before. Hey Chen Zong, remember to give me half of the money from selling the sword. Another person shouted at Chen Zong and then clenched his fist and threatened, otherwise you know the consequences. Chen Zong frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar black figure from the corner of his eye. He was striding into the training field. Chen Zhongjie. He gritted his teeth and roared like a tiger. Anger burned from the bottom of his heart. Since his father lost his cultivation, Chen Zong had been bullied since he started practicing martial arts. Most of the bullying came from Chen Zhongjie, because he was Chen Jigang's lackey, and Chen Jigang's father and Chen Zhengtang had a conflict. Chen Zhongjie also saw Chen Zong. His face was full of surprise and then he sneered. Little trash, long time no see. Did you forget what I said? Half a year ago, Chen Jigang said that Chen Zong was affecting his cultivation in the training field. His lackey Chen Zhongjie immediately blocked Chen Zong and threatened him not to come to the training field again. Otherwise, he would beat him up every time he saw him. Chen Zong naturally did not give in. He was immediately injured by Chen Zhongjie and recuperated for 5 or 6 days. He was unable to cultivate and added a lot of burden to his father. Chen Jigang's father was the current #1 martial artist in the family. He was arrogant and domineering, and even the patriarch did not put him in his eyes. However, he was the strongest and had won over a group of people. Chen Jingtang, who had no cultivation, was helpless. In order not to add more burden to his father, and to be able to cultivate, Chen Zong did not come to the training field again. Now that he heard Chen Zhongjie's words, his anger was burning like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yo, you're holding a sword. What are you doing? You know you're a trash. Are you planning to chop trees with your useless father? Chen Zhongjie's eyes fell on Chen Zong's left hand and he sneered. Chen Zhongjie, take back your words and apologize to me. The words trash and useless awakened Chen Zong's many bad memories. His face darkened and he said word by word. Father is trash, son is trash, am I wrong? Chen Zhongjie laughed contemptuously. You're courting death. Chen Zong's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. He roared and rushed towards Chen Zhongjie like a fierce tiger. Chen Zhongjie's hair stood on end. At that moment, he felt as if a fierce tiger was roaring in front of him. He shook his head to get rid of this absurd feeling. Chen Zhongjie's eyes were fierce, and his face was full of ferocity. He stepped forward like a wolf that had locked onto its prey. His body leaned forward, and his left hand was bent in front of him. His thumb was pointing at his chin, and his right hand was clenched into a fist on his waist. The joints of his middle finger and index finger were especially prominent, like sharp teeth. It seems that Chen Zhongjie's Wolf Fang fist art has improved again. Chen Zong is doomed. I don't know how many days he will have to lie in bed this time. While everyone was gloating, Chen Zhongjie and Chen Zong were approaching. Wolf dash. With a low roar, Chen Zhongjie's speed seemed to have increased. When he was close to Chen Zong, his right hand seemed to pierce through the air and fiercely hit Chen Zong's stomach. It was like the fangs of a fierce wolf, showing no mercy. Chen Zong focused his eyes and saw Chen Zhongjie clearly. Chen Zhongjie's face was ferocious, his eyes were cold, and his pupils were shining fiercely. His raised left hand swayed gently, and his right fist pierced through the air like the fangs of a fierce wolf. The trajectory was clear. Tiger dash. Chen Zong clenched his right fist, and with a low roar, he performed the tiger strength fist art, which was at the peak of Deshang. The wolf fang fist art and the tiger strength fist art were of the same level. The wolf fang fist art focused on speed and waiting for an opportunity to strike, while the tiger strength fist art focused on strength and crushing the opponent head-on. The two fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The ferocious smile on Chen Zhongjie's face turned into panic. Chen Zong's fist was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking Chen Zhongjie's wolf dash, it went straight into Chen Zhongjie's stomach. With a bang like the beating of a drum, Chen Zhongjie's martial clothes rippled. His stomach caved in under the fist, and the terrible power seemed to have shattered his internal organs. His back arched and his face was full of panic. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were protruding. His mouth was wide open, and saliva was dripping down. Withdrawing his fist, Chen Zhongjie directly knelt on the ground. His hands held his stomach, and his whole body was trembling because of the severe pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was shockingly red. That punch was very heavy, and it was Chen Zong's venting of anger. Chen Zhongjie had already suffered internal injuries, and it would be impossible for him to recover without 7 or 8 days of rest. Chen Zhongjie, remember, the next time you insult my father or me, you will bear the consequences. Tell Chen Dalai and Chen Jigang what I said. Chen Zong coldly stared at Chen Zhongjie and said in a deep voice. He turned around and strode away. His footsteps were firmer and his back was straighter. As a member of the Chen family, it was enough to injure Chen Zhongjie. He did not have the slightest intention of killing him, or else he would be punished by the family rules. The surroundings were silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. It was as if they had just met Chen Zong for the first time. Their hearts were like huge waves, and they were inexplicably shocked. When he walked out of the martial arts field, 2 people were walking towards him. Brother Zong, one of them was Chen Yiming, and he ran to Chen Zong. Why are you in the martial arts field? Sword. Chen Zong pointed to the iron sword in his left hand and said with a smile. Brother Zong, are you going to practice sword arts? We don't have any sword arts in our family. Chen Yiming was puzzled. I'm just playing. Chen Zong felt that what happened last night was very important. His intuition told him that he could not let anyone else know about it except himself. Chen Yiming did not press on. Instead, he stared at Chen Zong's face and asked in confusion, Brother Zong, why do I feel that you look a little different from yesterday? Because my cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the Qi and Blood realm, Chen Zong said with a smile. That's great. Chen Yiming was very excited. He was even happier than when he had broken through. Yiming, come here. A delicate and cold voice sounded. Yuyao, long time no see. Chen Zong looked over and greeted her with a smile. She was dressed in a red tight-fitting martial arts suit, which accentuated her beautiful figure. Her straight, tight, and round legs looked even more slender in her deerskin shoes, which made them even more alluring. Chen Yuyao, the daughter of the patriarch, was the same age as Chen Zong. Like Chunzong, she was Chunzong's childhood playmate. However, after they started practicing martial arts, Chun Yiming still had a good relationship with Chunzong as usual. Chun Yuyao, on the other hand, gradually drifted away from Chunzong. Chunzong, it's okay to work hard, but you have to see the truth. Uncle Zong has lost his cultivation, and his body is not as good as before. Do you want him to keep chopping trees and chopping firewood to support you, who has achieved nothing? Chun Yuyao glanced at the iron sword and asked coldly, considering Uncle Zong's contributions to the family, I can ask my father to arrange an easier job for you in the family. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Chun Zong frowned slightly, and there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. As a childhood sweetheart, it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Chun Yuyao. Sometimes he couldn't help but think of their childhood, when Chun Yuyao, with her hair in braids, followed him and called him Brother Zong. That was a very beautiful memory. But now this memory seemed to fade with Chun Yuyao's words. People always change, Chun Zong said to himself secretly. It's up to you, but I still want to give you a piece of advice. You should know your limits. If you overestimate yourself, you will only make your family suffer. Chun Yuyao frowned and was very dissatisfied with Chun Zong's attitude, but she held back and continued, besides, Yiming is very talented in martial arts. Don't look for him in the future, so as not to affect him. Cousin, it's none of your business. Chun Yiming was angry and pulled Chun Zong. Brother Zong, let's go. Ignore him. Chapter 4. Under normal circumstances, there will be 2 updates. Today's outburst is the 4th update. Early in the morning, the sun rose slowly, its golden red light spilling over the small lake. Beside the lake, a person was practicing his sword. The sword reflected the sunlight and was somewhat dazzling. The sword fiercely pierced through the air and shot out. His steps were coordinated, and after the iron sword made a circle in the air, it heavily chopped down. He did not stop, but borrowed the momentum to dance, like a butterfly flying through flowers. Before the sword's shadow dissipated, the sword pierced out at an astonishing speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Immediately, the iron sword was quickly retracted. After a slight pause, all the strength in his body rushed to his right arm. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as the strength in the sword burst out. The sword stabbed out fiercely as if it wanted to shatter everything in front of it. Rushing sword style, ring sword style, cutting sword style, chaotic sword style, swift sword style, and explosion sword style were performed in succession. The sword, body, and steps were coordinated as one. After 5 days, I've finally mastered the 8 forms of the true sword. Chen Zong put his sword back into its sheath and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a smile. The 8 forms of the true sword was several times more difficult than the tiger strength fist technique, especially the coordination of the sword, body, and step. It had to be done perfectly. If it was in the past, Chun Zong would have to train hard for more than a year before he could master it. Now that he had been reborn, everything was different. Every time he cultivated, he could feel the sword tip trembling in the space between his eyebrows. The cool aura cleared his mind, allowing him to better understand the sword technique and better control his body. The efficiency of his cultivation increased many times over. The 8 forms of the true sword can be trained to 60% of the body. The cultivation speed is obviously better than the peak of the tiger strength fist technique, but it still can't help me break through to the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm in the next 20 days. Chen Zong looked ahead in the direction of the Howling Wind Forest. Maybe I should enter the Howling Wind Forest to look for herbs that can replenish blood Qi and hunt some beasts. Eating more beast meat is good for cultivation. With that thought, Chun Zong immediately strode towards the Howling Wind Forest. The Howling Wind Forest was quite a distance away from Xiaohu town. Chun Zong kept running at a constant speed all the way, and it took him almost an hour to get to the front of the forest. The wind blew and whistled, as if there were many wild beasts roaring at the same time, hence the name. After resting for a few minutes and recovering his strength, Chen Zong walked into the howling wind forest with his sword in hand. The wind-howling forest was very large. The trees were overgrown with luxuriant foliage, blocking the sunlight and making it look like dusk. However, Chen Zong's eyesight was better after his adventure, so he wasn't affected much. Outside the forest, there was the sound of wind howling, but inside the forest, it was quiet. Only the soft chirping of insects could be heard, making this tranquility seem like a painting. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any herbs, not even a rabbit. It seems that the periphery of the forest has been searched many times. We can only go deeper into the forest, Chen Zong muttered to himself, looking coldly into the depths of the forest. The Howling Wind Forest was located at the foot of the Howling Wind Mountain. It was very likely that there would be demon beasts roaming around the forest. Without the strength of a warrior, encountering a demon beast would only lead to death. In the middle section of the forest, there were snakes, insects, fierce beasts, wolves, tigers, and leopards running amok. With Chen Zong's cultivation, it was still very dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong took a step forward, walking firmly into the forest. His alertness was raised to the highest level. His eyes stared straight ahead, his blood and qi were flowing all over his body, ready to attack. Suddenly, there was a slight movement on his right. Chen Zong saw a white shadow out of the corner of his eye. He instinctively pulled out his sword and stabbed out, but he only managed to cut off a few white hairs. It was a rabbit, and it was extremely fast. Chen Zong immediately chased after it, but the rabbit went into a tree hole, leaving him with no choice but to give up. A trace of coldness gave him goosebumps and made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he swung his iron sword upwards. The sword light was vague, and with a swoosh, a flying snake was chopped in half and fell to the ground in the distance. Looking at the writhing brown body and the triangular head, Chen Zong sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was beating wildly in fear, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He recognized that this was a withered snake. It was not a demonic beast, but it was extremely poisonous. Even a strong bull would die in a few minutes after being bitten by it. Even a martial artist would not be able to last long. Sure enough, danger is everywhere. Chen Zong calmed down, but he was not scared at all. On the contrary, an unprecedented impulse made him want to go deeper into the Howling Wind Forest. It was a budding courage to face difficulties and challenges. However, his stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. "So I've been here for so long. Let's go back first. I'll come back tomorrow." Chen Zong rubbed his stomach and left the Howling Wind Forest. When he left, he was still on high alert. He walked slowly on his way back while thinking. If he wanted to go home, he would have to pass by the small lake first. However, Chen Zong saw a brown figure standing by the lake. Chen Dalai. Chen Zong frowned slightly, but he walked over fearlessly. Chen Dalai and Chen Zhongjie were both Chen Jigang's lackeys. However, Chen Dalai's cultivation had reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. He also practiced the Tiger Strength Fist art, so his strength was much stronger than Chen Zhongjie's. I wonder if I can defeat Chen Dalai with my current strength? Chen Zong thought to himself. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Chen Dalai. However, in terms of the Tiger Strength Fist art, he had reached the peak of the greater mastery while Chen Dalai was only at the peak of the lesser mastery. With 1 minus and 1 plus, it was hard to say if he could not defeat Chen Dalai. "Chen Zong, you made me wait for an hour." Chen Dalai had a strong physique. He glared at Chen Zong and shouted, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. "That's your business." Chen Zong was not intimidated. Instead, he laughed. "You injured Chen Zhongjie and threatened Brother Gang and me. It's time to settle the score." Chen Dalai roared. He took a step forward and ran toward Chenzong. He was aggressive and his face was fierce, like an angry tiger. He raised his tiger claw and gathered the strength of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. I'll use you to test the 8 forms of the true sword. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong spread his legs apart. His right leg bent slightly in front and his left leg bent even more. Most of his center of gravity was on his left leg. He raised his heel and used the sole of his front leg as a support. The muscles of his left leg were tense to the extreme. He turned his body slightly to the left and leaned forward. His left hand held the iron sword close to his waist, and the fingers of his right hand moved gently. Crouching sword style. This was the beginning of the 8 forms of the true sword. His eyes were cold and sharp. His pupils were focused. He saw every expression and movement of Chen Dalei clearly. He silently calculated the distance between them. Bang! Chen Dalei exhaled and shouted. His right fist was about to punch out. If he was hit, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. He exhaled and at the same time, his right hand quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword. His left foot stomped hard, as if it was going to break the ground. His waist suddenly twisted to the right and a strong force passed through his right arm. The iron sword was unsheathed. The ear-piercing sound of friction was still echoing in his ears. The sword had already slashed forward, drawing a crescent moon. Sword drawing style. Chen Dalei was frightened. He stopped in his tracks. He felt a chill in front of his chest. His brown uniform was cut open. The tip of the sword almost grazed his chest, leaving a thin mark. Beads of blood seeped out. The iron sword was pointed at Chen Dalei. Chenzong's face was cold. Chenzong, don't use your sword if you dare. Chen Dalei took a few steps back. He was shocked and angry. He was stunned. Being able to use a sword is my ability. Chenzong was very calm. You! Chen Dalei angrily pointed at Chenzong. His face was red with anger. His chest was heaving up and down. Put down your sword and let me punch you. Otherwise, if Brother Gang attacks you personally, you're dead meat. Go back and tell Chenji Gang that I'll be participating in the Martial Disciple Tournament soon. When the time comes, I want to compete with him. Chenzong coldly shouted. Okay, since you're so arrogant, I'll let Brother Gang take care of you. Chen Dalei was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Chenzong and took a few steps back. Sheathing his sword, Chenzong rubbed his stomach and turned to walk home. Dad should be back soon. I have to cook first. The changes in his body couldn't be hidden from his father, who used to be at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Chenzong made up an excuse. On a certain night, he was staring at the moon in a daze after practicing his fist art. A senior master passed by and gave him a fruit. Not only did the fruit replenish his Qi and Blood, it also helped him break through to the 2nd level of the Qi and Blood realm. The senior also taught him the tiger fist art and taught him a foundation-building sword art. It sounded very mysterious and hard to believe, but Chen Jingtang believed it because he had heard of similar things before. According to him, since there was such a lucky child, why couldn't it be his son? Since Chen Jingtang believed him, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the fewer people who knew about that night's adventure, the better. With Chenzong's current experience, he didn't know why, but it was just an intuition. When he was washing the rice and cooking, his father still hadn't returned. Chenzong pulled out a simple black wooden box full of cracks from under his bed. He opened the box and took out a scroll. He opened it and laid it flat on the table. In an instant there seemed to be a roar, and a fierce tiger leaped onto the scroll. Fierce tiger descending the mountain painting. His father found this painting after he found out that Chenzong had reached the peak of greater mastery in the tiger fist art. It was hidden very well. According to his father, it was made by a friend who had reached the peak of greater mastery in the tiger fist art. It had a lot of charm and might be helpful to Chenzong. When he said that, Chernzong saw a flash of pride on his father's face. It was like a child who had snatched a toy. He looked at the scroll carefully. The black and white were distinct. The strokes were simple, but they had a unique charm. The strokes were extraordinary. Under the simple outline, a fierce tiger leaped down from a steep mountain. It was vivid and lifelike, and a spiritual charm was about to seep out of the paper. Chunliwei's name was written at the bottom. It was vigorous and powerful, and 3 inches of the paper was visible. These days, whenever Chernzong had time, he would take out the scroll and study it carefully. As expected, he had a deeper understanding of the tiger fist art, and he was more proficient in the tiger fist art. On the original foundation, there was a small improvement. However, he still had no clue about the greater mastery. Greater mastery is easy, but greater mastery is hard. Chernzong said to himself, I wonder how this senior Chunliwei reached greater mastery in the tiger fist art? It would be great if I could ask this senior face to face. Maybe I could find the inspiration faster and break through. Muttering, Chernzong threw away this thought and focused on the fierce tiger descending the mountain painting. He carefully tasted the unique charm contained in it. As he looked, he felt that he seemed to see something in it, but he couldn't grasp it. The feeling of being neither up nor down was really a good feeling. You said he wants to challenge me? Chernjigang, who was wearing a blue martial arts suit, had his back facing Chen Dalai. He put his hands behind his back and looked up to the sky. Yes. Chen Dalai nodded hard. Is he trying to provoke me? He is just a bug. What qualifications does he have to challenge me? Chernjigang sneered and said, Dalai, let your brother do it. Let him lie in bed for 8 to 10 days as punishment for challenging me. Chapter 5. There is one more chapter later. Chernzong practiced martial arts, swordsmanship, entered the forest, and studied the painting. These were the things he did every day. The more he studied the tiger descends the mountain painting, the more intense the feeling was, but it seemed to lack an opportunity. Like scattered sand, Chernzong couldn't get it together. I've almost grasped that feeling. What else do I not understand? Chernzong walked back and forth beside the lake with his head lowered. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to grasp the clue, forming a vicious cycle. Suddenly, the tip of the sword in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly. The silver dragon swam out, and a cool aura spread out, calming his mind and mind down. I can't be too anxious. Since I've already reached this step, it's only a matter of time before I reach completion. Chernzong said to himself after exhaling a long breath. He leaned forward and lowered his body, forming the first movement of the 8 movements of the true sword, the crouching sword movement. He stood still, allowing himself to enter a unique state. The sword was unsheathed. Under the obscure sound of friction, the body of the sword slashed forward. After drawing a semicircle, his body moved back like wave. His right arm holding the sword was pulled back, and the power was stimulated. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Drawing sword movement, rushing sword movement, ring sword movement, chopping sword movement, chaotic sword movement, swift sword movement, and exploding sword movement. The last movement was also the most powerful. The sword broke through the air, as if it could break everything. The 8 moves of the true sword started with the crouching sword move and ended with the exploding sword move. Each move was followed by the next, and the sword moves were linked together. The power of the previous move would be added to the next one, and the further one progressed, the more powerful it would be. Especially the last move, the exploding sword move, which required the user to fully mobilize all of the power in their body. Apart from the crouching sword movement, the other 7 movements could be performed separately, and their power was also impressive. After practicing the 8 movements of the true sword, Chernzong entered the Howling Wind Forest again. But each time, he didn't go too deep, in case he encountered danger that he couldn't handle. After entering the howling wind forest again and again, Chen Zong had gone from being unfamiliar with it to being familiar with it now. It could be said that the periphery of the howling wind forest was like returning home. Unfortunately, other than hunting a few rabbits, Chen Zong did not find any herbs. Stepping into the forest again, the light was dim and everything was quiet. Maybe I can go deeper this time, Chen Zong said to himself. When they were almost deep into the forest, Chen Zong hunted another fat and big rabbit. As for wild beasts like wolves, tigers and leopards, they didn't encounter any. There might have been a lot of them in the past, but after numerous hunts by the martial artists of Little Lake Town, their numbers gradually decreased. Furthermore, they moved deeper into the town, so it was not so easy to encounter them. That's all for today. Chen Zong turned around and was about to walk out of the forest while carrying the rabbit that weighed about 10 kilograms. This rabbit is enough for Abba and me to eat for 2 days. Add some dried green chestnuts and red algae and stew it for 3 hours. It's delicious and can nourish the body. He had only walked a few dozen meters when a tall figure was striding towards him. As expected of someone who dares to challenge young Master Gang. You actually went so deep into the howling wind forest. The newcomer grinned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Chen Dazhong. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Chen Dazhong was Chen Daliai's elder brother. He was 20 years old this year and had reached the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm. Chen Zong couldn't say whether this talent was good or bad. After all, he hadn't seen enough yet. However, he knew very well that there was a huge difference between the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm and the 3rd stage of the Blood Qi realm. First of all, in terms of physical strength, a person at the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm would have the strength of 1,000 kilograms with a single arm. They could also use the force of Blood Qi to unleash greater strength. This was a martial artist. For a martial artist at the Blood Qi realm, the force of Blood Qi was crucial. It was obviously different from a martial disciple's Blood Qi. Even if he had a sword in hand, the difference between the two was too great. He might not even have the chance to draw his sword. Your reaction is pretty fast. Chen Dazhong stared at Chen Zong as if he was looking at prey and strode forward. Compared to Chen Zong, not only was his cultivation level higher and stronger, he had also fought with wild beasts in the forest before. He had more combat experience. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong threw the rabbit in his hand at Chen Dazhong with all his might. He quickly turned around and sprinted deeper into the howling wind forest. Chen Dazhong waved his hand casually and flung the rabbit dozens of meters away as if he was swatting a fly. His speed exploded and the wind howled. Chen Zong, I won't kill you. Stop and let me teach you a lesson. Otherwise, if you go deeper into the howling wind forest, only death awaits, Chen Dazhong shouted as he chased. Chen Zong mustered all his strength and sprinted. He didn't dare to open his mouth because it would affect his speed. Charge, charge, charge. He kept sprinting forward. His blood qi surged and his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Chen Zong used his strong willpower to squeeze out every ounce of strength in his body and convert it into speed. Faster, faster, faster. However, Chen Dazhong kept closing in. His speed was faster than Chen Zong's. Feeling the pressure from behind, Chen Zong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If he was caught, he would definitely be injured. That was not what he wanted. In the space between his eyebrows, the tip of the sword trembled slightly as if it sensed that Chen Zong was in deep danger. It shone brightly, raising Chen Zong's 5 senses to the extreme. A terrifying whistling sound came from behind. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong threw himself forward and rolled on the ground. He quickly got up and continued sprinting, narrowly avoiding Chen Dazhong's punch. Chen Dazhong was surprised that a mere qi and blood second-stage martial artist could avoid his attack. However, His speed did not decrease at all, and he continued to close in on Chen Zong. Chen Zong, I'm warning you again. Stop right now. Otherwise, the next time I attack, it won't be as simple as getting injured. Chen Dazhong was furious. Another punch, like the roar of a ferocious tiger, caused Chen Zong's scalp to go numb. He instinctively rolled to the side. The wind whistled past, brushing past his cheeks. It was painful, and his balance was affected. He could not get up immediately. Chen Dazhong took a step forward and blocked Chen Zong's way, his face full of malevolence. Chen Dazhong, the family rules state that martial artists are not allowed to attack martial artists. Are you going to violate the family rules? Chen Zong quickly got up and stared at Chen Dazhong with extreme vigilance. Who knows? Chen Dazhong's face was full of murderous intent. Besides, you've already angered me. Do you still think you can leave here alive? Chen Zong's heart sank. His whole body was cold. Chen Dazhong actually wanted to kill him. Don't try to stall for time. Accept your fate. As the sound of his voice faded, Chen Dazhong took a step forward like a ferocious tiger. Punching out with his fist, it was as though the air itself had been blasted apart. The terrifying momentum caused Chen Zong's hair to stand on end. If he was struck by this attack, he would definitely die. Roar! Vigorous, and domineering. Then, a tall and strong figure leaped out from the huge grass. Black and gold stripes alternated. The black pattern on the forehead looked like the word king. It was domineering and awe-inspiring. Its eyes were like lightning, illuminating the darkness in the forest. It was cold and domineering. With just one glance, Chen Zong could not help but tremble. The cold air went from the top of his head to the tailbone, numbing his whole body. Chen Dazhong's face changed. He turned around instantly. The punch that was originally aimed at Chen Zong became more ferocious and violent. With a deep roar, he blasted towards the ferocious tiger that leaped out. The fist and the tiger's claw collided. The ferocious tiger fell to the ground and stepped back. Chen Dazhong also stepped back a few steps, his arms slightly trembling. Chen Zong sobered up and ran to the side without hesitation. This was his only chance to leave. He did not run to the outside of the forest because he knew that although the tiger was powerful, it was not a monster. He did not know if it could defeat Chen Dazhong. If it could not, Chen Dazhong would continue to chase him. There was quite a distance between here and the outside of the forest. With his speed, it would take him at least half an hour. Once he was caught, he would definitely die. Well, a beast dares to ruin my business. Chen Dazhong was furious. His eyes flashed fiercely and his face was ferocious. He put on the crouching tiger style and said, "Let me beat you to death. Boil your bones into glue, stew your meat into soup, and make clothes out of your skin to improve the cultivation of young Master Gang and my brother." The ferocious tiger crouched on the ground. Its fierce eyes were like lightning as it locked onto Chen Dazhong. This bipedal animal was full of vitality and was definitely delicious food. Its intuition told it that eating him would bring great benefit. Both sides rushed towards each other and engaged in a fierce battle. After running a few hundred meters, Chen Zong dodged and hid behind a large tree. He peeked out and could vaguely see a man and a tiger fighting fiercely. Chen Dazhong gradually gained the upper hand and beat the tiger until it roared in anger. A martial artist at the 4th stage of the Qi and Blood realm is indeed terrifying. Looks like I won't have a chance to kill Chen Dazhong. Muttering to himself, Chen Zong watched for a while longer. After confirming that the tiger was indeed no match for Chen Dazhong, he ran forward again. The sound from the tiger grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. After a while, Chen Zong heard the sound of a gurgling stream. In front of him was a clear stream that was about a meter wide and half a meter deep. It stretched into the distance as if it separated the forest. He could even see fish swimming in the stream. Near the stream, there was a dilapidated and simple wooden house. "Someone's here." Chen Zong carefully approached the house. There was no one in the house except for a dilapidated wooden bed, an iron pot covered in moss, and a mushroom in the corner. It had been a long time since anyone lived here. Maybe I can stay here for a while. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. After this incident, he knew that Chen Jigang was a narrow-minded person. If he appeared again, it was likely that Chen Dazhong or others would continue to cause trouble for him. It would be very detrimental to his cultivation. If he was injured, not only would he be unable to cultivate, he would also be a burden to his father. It was better to leave temporarily and focus on cultivating. He could return to the clan when the martial disciple tournament began and take the top 3. It's decided then. Chen Zong thought carefully for a moment. I have to go back first, or else father will be worried. I'll use the old man I made up as an excuse. I'll say that the senior wants to guide me in my cultivation. This way, father won't be worried. Chapter 6. This is the end of today's 6th update. Everyone can go to bed after reading this. We'll meet again tomorrow. Escaped into the forest. Chen Jigang frowned as if he was dissatisfied with Chen Dazhong, a Qi Blood Realm Level 4 martial artist, allowing a Qi Blood Realm Level 2 martial artist to escape. Forget it, a Qi Blood Realm Level 2 martial artist will only die if he goes deep into the Howling Wind Forest. Chen Jigang knew that even if he went deep into the Howling Wind Forest, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Brother Jigang, this is a tiger that my brother encountered in the Howling Wind Forest. It was because of it that Chen Zong had the chance to escape. But my brother killed the tiger, so this is for you. Chen Dalai passed a tiger leg to Chen Jigang. Good. There are fewer and fewer tigers in recent years. Chen Jigang took the tiger leg excitedly, his eyes shining. With this, my blood qi can be condensed and strengthened. The small house in the forest was cleaned up by Chen Zong, and it was much cleaner. Outside the house, Chen Zong finished practicing the tiger fist technique and started practicing his sword. The light in the forest was dim, and the iron sword was mottled with gray and black. When he swung it, it was difficult to see the reflection of light. He practiced the 8 forms of the true sword over and over again, becoming more and more familiar with it. After practicing the true sword 8 styles a few times, Chen Zong felt a little hungry. He walked to the side of the stream and stared at a big fat fish. With the sword in his hand, his breathing became faintly discernible. Suddenly, he thrust his sword into the water. Unexpectedly, the fish reacted quickly. The moment the iron sword entered the water, it shook its tail and quickly swam away, causing Chen Zong's sword to miss. I don't believe it. Chen Zong was stubborn. He wouldn't give up until he stabbed the fish with his sword. After adjusting and stabbing again and again, he finally managed to stab the fish when he was starving. He quickly took out the flint he brought from home and ignited the dead leaf. He slaughtered the big fat fish that was at least 5 to 6 pounds and roasted it over the fire. Not long after, the golden yellow fish oil dripped down with sizzling sounds, and a rich aroma filled the air. Sprinkled with the seasonings he brought from home, the aroma made Chen Zong's gluttony even more aroused, and his stomach rumbled non-stop. After the meat was cooked, Chen Zong took a bite without caring about how hot it was. He exhaled in satisfaction. Not long after, a large fish that still had about 5 caddies left after being slaughtered entered Chen Zong's stomach. After resting for half an hour, Chen Zong got up and continued to practice the Tiger Power Fist art. He practiced it 10 times in a row. I feel that my Tiger Strength Fist art has reached the limit of great accomplishment and can break through to consummation. What do I lack? Chen Zong lowered his head and pondered. The painting of the fierce tiger descending the mountain was not brought with him, but the image had already been imprinted in Chen Zong's mind. When he closed his eyes and thought, the image appeared clearly. Chen Zong gained a lot of insights from the diagram, but they were scattered and couldn't be connected, so he couldn't find the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Chen Zong's mind. A pair of cold and domineering eyes flashed in Chen Zong's mind. An inexplicable horror emerged out of nowhere and chilled him. It was the figure and eyes of the fierce tiger that he saw with his own eyes not long ago. The real tiger's figure overlapped with the tiger's figure in the painting. With a flash of inspiration, Chen Zong seemed to have broken the shackles. The fragmented insights were connected, and he was enlightened. He opened his eyes, which emitted an amazing light. He stretched his arms and legs and assumed the crouching tiger posture. With Chen Zong's subtle adjustments, traces of power like that of a fierce tiger quietly condensed in his body and gradually spread out. In a tree hole not far away, a big gray rabbit ran out. It felt the power, but it suddenly trembled and shrank into a ball. It was like a big meatball that couldn't move. It was like a fierce tiger that saw the king of beasts. The fishes in the stream all fled in a panic. After maintaining the crouching tiger posture for 10 minutes, Chen Zong's body exploded and he threw a punch. The terrifying power rushed forward with that punch. The wind howled as if a fierce tiger was roaring in front of it. The big gray rabbit, which had shrunk into a meatball, trembled and frothed at the mouth. It was actually scared to death. After a round of the tiger's strength fist technique, the final violent tiger posture was even more shocking and frightening. It was far more powerful than before. His heart beat fast, his blood chi surged, and he felt his strength increase rapidly. This feeling is amazing. Chen Zong was extremely excited. The tiger's strength fist technique has reached perfection, and my cultivation has reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 2. It's only one step away from Qi and Blood Realm Level 3. It's equivalent to at least 3 to 4 months of cultivation. The perfection stage is called Tiger Force. It emits the power of a fierce tiger and can intimidate the target. The person who created this fist technique is indeed amazing. The reason why a fierce tiger was so strong was not only because it possessed great strength, but also because it had the power of a king among beasts. Every time my martial arts level increases, I can slightly strengthen my blood chi. Next, if I can raise the 8 forms of the true sword to initial success before the martial disciple tournament, I might have a chance to break through to the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood Realm. But before that, the tiger's strength fist technique has just broken through. I'll continue to cultivate and consolidate it. The perfection stage of the tiger's strength fist technique could train up to 70% of the body, which was better than the entry stage of the 8 forms of the true sword. Every time Chen Zong practiced it, he could feel his blood chi surging in his body, as if it was growing bit by bit. After practicing the tiger's strength fist technique 30 times in a row, Chen Zong felt his limbs go weak and his stomach growl. He walked over and slaughtered the big gray rabbit that was scared to death. After cleaning it, he roasted it over the fire. This big gray rabbit weighed 5 kilograms, which was enough for him to have 2 delicious meals. After eating, he rested. During his rest time, he thought about the essentials of the 8 forms of the true sword and continued to cultivate. Fist technique, sword technique, eat, sleep. This was Chen Zong's daily life in the small cabin in the woods. It was very quiet here, without any disturbances. Chen Zong could devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, and he could feel his progress every day. Another night passed. Chen Zong walked out of the cabin. The first thing he did was to draw his sword and draw the 10th mark on the tree trunk next to him, indicating that it was the 10th day since Chen Zong had been here. He quickly washed up, walked to the stream and stared at a fish, waiting for the right time. He gathered his strength, exerted his strength, and drew his sword. The sword pierced through the air, bringing up a faint sound of wind. It broke through the water and pierced through the big fish. People who practiced martial arts had a big appetite, especially people like Chen Zong. Except for resting, he spent all his time cultivating, which consumed more energy. From the time he woke up in the morning to the time he went to bed at night, he had to eat 6 meals. Each meal was at least 5 kilograms of fish or rabbit meat, which was what he ate the most. Occasionally, he would also eat snake meat. Every day, he would eat dozens of kilograms of meat, which would be absorbed by his body through cultivation. It would strengthen his blood and qi and nourish his body, making him stronger and stronger. However, his strength was still at the level of 300 kilograms. This was a bottleneck, and only by breaking through could he continue to improve. Chernzong did not need to think about how to break through the Tiger Strength Fist technique anymore. Therefore, he practiced the Tiger Strength Fist technique 10 times every morning and night, and spent the rest of his time on the 8 forms of the true sword. Because the Tiger Strength Fist technique trained different parts of the body from the 8 forms of the true sword, combining the two, he could train all parts of the body, and the effect would be better. Chernzong also found that piercing fish with the sword was also helpful to the cultivation of the 8 forms of the true sword. My father said that the sword art is about speed, accuracy, and stability. Otherwise, it would be useless if it could not pierce the target. Before, I could not pierce the fish with the sword because it was not accurate or stable enough. After 10 days of cultivation, my accuracy and stability have improved a lot, but there is still room for improvement. Practicing speed, accuracy, and stability. Besides piercing fish, maybe I can try other method. After thinking for a while, Chernzong took out a straight branch as thick as a thumb and stuck it into the ground. He stood in front of the branch and stared at it, concentrating. He raised the sword and chopped it down. However, the sword fell beside the branch and did not hit the branch. So much worse. Chernzong was stunned. He thought his sword was already accurate and stable enough. Again, concentrating, he raised the sword and chopped it down. He practiced again and again. The 11th day, the 12th day, the 13th day, the 14th day, the 15th day. After practicing the 8 forms of the true sword for another 20 times, Chernzong walked to a straight branch as thick as a chopstick, raised the sword, and chopped the branch in half. Good, your accuracy has indeed improved a lot. Chernzong revealed a smile. Striving for perfection, Chernzong replaced the chopstick-sized branch with a thinner one. It was a new day. Chernzong drew his sword and carved another mark on the tree trunk. 4 days until the warrior-disciple competition. Looking at the 20 marks on the tree trunk, Chernzong said to himself. He walked to the stream and stared at a big fish. He stabbed his sword at an extremely fast speed. The tip of the sword broke through the water and a big fish jumped out. After eating the fish, Chernzong drew his sword and started practicing the 8 forms of the true sword. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, the 9th time, the last form, the explosive sword form. The power was injected into the sword, and it exploded in an instant. The friction between the sword and the air created a dazzling light that flashed through the darkness of the forest. The light emitted by the sword can affect the eyesight. This is the primary level. Chernzong was surprised at first, and then he was overjoyed. Previously, he had spent 5 days practicing the true sword 8 styles to the beginner realm. He had thought that he would need at least a month to reach the minor accomplishment realm of the true sword 8 styles. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the minor accomplishment realm of the true sword 8 styles in just 15 days without any external disturbances? Good, it seems that my training method is correct. Chernzong was even happier. The 8 forms of the true sword were taught by the mysterious sword tip, but the methods of the piercing fish and the branch were his own ideas. Maybe such methods already existed, but at least no one taught him. It was all the result of his own efforts. Through his own efforts, he started from nothing and made progress. What could be more exciting than this sense of accomplishment? At this time, Chernzong felt the blood and qi in his body surging, like the water of a great river. Wherever the blood and qi passed, Chen Zong's body was changing. Part of the energy from the dozens of pounds of meat he ate every day was hidden in his body. Now, with the surging blood and qi, it was being guided out and integrated into his limbs and bones, strengthening his muscles, bones, and skin little by little. This feeling, I'm about to break through. He quickly assumed the crouching sword form and performed the 8 forms of the true sword again. He used it as a guide to refine the surging energy in his body and accelerate his breakthrough. After a few rounds of the 8 forms of the true sword, an even stronger energy grew from the depths of his body and spread throughout his body. His muscles tightened, giving Chen Zong a stronger and fiercer feeling. Ha 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 ha, I've finally reached the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. Chen Zong couldn't help but laugh. I'll definitely be in the top 3 in the martial disciple tournament. Chen Jigang, Chen Dazhong, it's time to settle our accounts. Chapter 7. This is the first day. I will update at least twice. In addition, my new book is on the list. I urgently need to click on the recommendation tickets and bookmark it. Please support me. On September 9th, 394 of the Zhenwu calendar, the sun rose and shone on the earth. On the Chen family's martial arts field, almost everyone who could move, from the head of the family to the servants who swept the floor, was gathered here because this was the annual event of the family, the warrior-disciple battle. In the center of the martial arts field, the arena was built. It was 1 meter high, 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. It was built of hardwood as thick as 3 fingers and was very strong. Everyone, Chen Wuxiong, the head of the family, jumped onto the arena and looked around. Everyone was quiet and focused on Chen Wuxiong. He said loudly, "This is the annual event of our Chen family." The content of his speech was the same as in previous years. However, under Chen Wuxiong's steady and powerful momentum, his impassioned speech made people's emotions fluctuate. Especially the teenagers who were about to participate in the warrior-disciple battle, they were even more excited and couldn't wait to show their skills immediately. According to the previous rules, let's invite the predetermined top 3 to come to the arena first. As soon as Chen Wuxiong's voice fell, a delicate shout rang out. A lithe and graceful figure leapt up from the stage. Her posture was as light as a red butterfly fluttering in the air. Landing behind Chen Wuxiong, her pair of round and beautiful legs appeared even more slender under the contrast of her deerskin shoes. Miss Yu Yao is so beautiful. She's so beautiful. If only she could smile at me. Under the arena, the disciples of the family were amazed. She was beautiful, powerful, and well-respected. She deserved to be called a goddess. With a slight sound of wind breaking, a figure rushed out like a wolf. He jumped and gently landed on the arena. This person was thin and his eyes were cold. There was a scar on his cheek, which made him look even more fierce. It's Chen Yidao. I knew it. He must be one of the predetermined top 3. Chen Yidao seemed not to hear the exclamations of the crowd. He looked straight ahead with his cold eyes and exuded a kind of aura like a lone wolf. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Chen Zhongjie and Chen Dalai pushed the crowd away, provoking a lot of angry shouts. Chen Zhigang leisurely walked past, lightly jumped onto the ring, walked to the center of the ring, looked around, with a faintly discernible smile on his face, as if he was the second, who would dare to claim to be the first. Chen Zhigang. It's Brother Gang. Young Master Gang. Below the arena, many people were extremely excited. Chen Zhigang was known as the #1 martial disciple under the age of 15 in the Chen family. His strength was outstanding, and he was also the object of admiration of many female disciples. His father was the #1 martial artist in the family, and his every move was closely watched. Chen Jigang, Chen Yidao, and Chen Yuyao. The 3 of them have been decided internally. No one objects to this, right? Chen Wuxiong said loudly and quickly glanced around. No problem. It's only natural that the three of them are the strongest among the 15-year-olds. Many people agreed. The three of them have already been decided, but that doesn't mean that the others don't have a chance. Chen Wuxiong nodded his head in satisfaction. As for the other disciples under the age of 15, as long as they want to fight for the top 3 spots, they can participate in the martial disciple tournament. The winner can challenge one of the predetermined 3 people. If they win, they can go to the clan hall to cultivate. As Chen Wuxiong's voice fell, the youths who were going to participate in the martial disciple battle began to breathe rapidly. I suggest we add another rule. A person sitting on the high seat stood up. He was wearing a sleeveless martial attire, and the muscles on his arms bulged like steel. His body exuded a tyrannical aura, and his eyes seemed to be electrifying. It was Chen Jigang's father, Chen Huzhan. Those below the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm are not allowed to participate in the martial disciple tournament. What? How can this be? This is unfair. As soon as Chen Huzhan said this, someone immediately panicked. The original rule was that as long as one was under the age of 15, they were eligible to participate in the martial disciple tournament. Now, Chen Huzhan's words disqualified most of them. This was unacceptable. Do you all think that someone at the 2nd level of the Qi and Blood realm can defeat someone at the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm? Chen Huzhan smiled coldly and asked with a threatening gaze, which person below the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm thinks that they can defeat someone at the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm? Step forward and let me see. The group of people fell silent. Since there's no one, then there's no need to waste time. Chen Huzhan smiled and looked at Chen Wuxiong. Patriarch, my opinion is good. It's decided. I have an objection. Chen Wuxiong was helpless. Before he could say anything, a voice that was not loud and even a little hoarse rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Chen Zhengtang. Chen Huzhan was stunned at first, then his face was full of ridicule. You were once the #1 martial artist in the family. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Now you're just a cripple. What right do you have to object? Because I'm a member of the Qin family. I have the right to object. Chen Jingtong's expression did not change as he said firmly, the rules of the martial disciple tournament were originally set for the purpose of providing an opportunity for the young disciples of the family to exchange pointers and learn from each other. This is equivalent to training. To most people, winning or losing is secondary. Your way of doing things is disadvantageous to the family. Your way of doing things is advantageous to the family? Chen Huzhan smiled coldly. For the sake of your son, your qi and blood deteriorated, and you lost your cultivation to become a cripple. This caused our Chen family to almost be suppressed by the other families in town. If I hadn't broken through in time, who knows how much our Chen family would have fallen. What right do you have to say such things? Chen Jingtong's face darkened. Of course, I can give you a chance. Come up. As long as you can defeat me, you can set the rules. Chen Huzhan hooked his finger at Chen Jingtang and sneered. If you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. Chen Jingtang's face turned even uglier. Enough. Chen Wuxiong shouted and looked at the other person sitting on the high seat. Supervisor, what do you think? This person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in blue martial attire and had a high and mighty appearance. The Chen family members looked at him with a trace of respect. This was because this person was from the main clan and was a martial artist sent by the main clan to supervise the tournament. You can make your own arrangements. I have no objections. The supervisor looked indifferent as he said slowly, I only need to bring the strongest 3 people into the main clan hall. Who else has objections? Chen Huzhan was aggressive. If you have any objections, come up and defeat me. My father is right. Those who have not reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm do not need to participate. It's a waste of time. Chen Zhigang took a step forward and stood beside Chen Huzhan. he said loudly. In fact, in my opinion, the martial disciple tournament can be cancelled because no one is a match for me. This father and son pair is really annoying. Chen Yiming clenched his fist and whispered. Chen Jingtang also retreated into the crowd. His face was full of anxiety because he still had not seen Chen Zong's figure. All right, enough talk. This year's martial disciple tournament begins, Chen Huzhan said and made the decision for Chen Wuxiong. He jumped high and landed on his seat. Chen Wuxiong had no choice but to leave the arena. Chen Zhigang and the other two also jumped down. Excluding Chen Zhigang, Chen Yidao, and Chen Yuyao, as well as those who had not reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm, there were only 8 people who could participate in the martial disciple tournament. I'll go first. Who will fight with me? Chen Zhongjie jumped into the arena. His cultivation had just reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. I am Qin Yang. A thin and small figure jumped up and landed lightly. He immediately assumed the starting stance of the Wolf Fang Fist and faced Chen Zhongjie directly. Wolf Dash! Chen Zhongjie had already assumed the starting stance. His footsteps were quick and his fist was like a Fang-like punch. Wolf Dash! Chen Yang lowered his body. His footsteps were quick as he flew. When he was close to Chen Zhongjie, he dodged Chen Zhongjie's attack with the Wolf Dash and appeared beside him. His left fist was like a wolf's kiss. Wolf Bite. Chen Zhongjie did not react in time and was hit. His body rolled to one side. Chen Yang immediately rushed up and threw a Fang-like punch at his face. I admit defeat. Chen Zhongjie hurriedly shouted. Chen Yang's Wolf Dash stopped in front of him, blowing the hair on his forehead. This kid's reaction is fast and he has a lot of combat experience. The supervisor nodded and gave his evaluation. Who will fight with me? Chen Yang defeated Chen Zhongjie at the fastest speed. He did not use much strength. Chen Zhongxing will fight with you. A figure jumped up. As soon as he landed, he rushed towards Chen Yang. His leg was like an unsheathed blade. It was fast and brought a light breeze with it. Chen Yang lowered his body and performed the Wolf Dash again. The Wolf Fang Fist and Blade Wind Kick collided. Dodging, attacking, and colliding. Both of them used all their strength to defeat the other. In the end, Chen Yang seized the opportunity and used the Wolf Dash to attack Chen Zhongxing's ribs. The terrifying power made Chen Zhongxing's face change, and he backed off. Chen Yang seized the opportunity and rushed forward again. He knocked Chen Zhongxing out of the arena and won again. I request to rest. Before the third battle began, Chen Yang raised his hand and said. He had used up a lot of energy in the battle with Chen Zhongxing. Aloud. Chen Yang can go down the arena to rest. Chen Wuxiong agreed. The rest can continue to fight. This method prevented people from fighting too long. If they used up too much energy, they would be taken advantage of by the weaker people. I'll go first. Chen Dalai jumped into the arena. After eating the tiger bone glue and tiger meat soup, his blood qi had grown stronger. His cultivation was close to the peak of the third level of the qi and blood realm. Chen Dalai's opponent also cultivated the tiger power fist technique, and as the two of them clashed, Chen Dalai used even greater strength to force his opponent back. Chen Dalai then strode forwards, bringing with him a gust of wind as he punched out with all of his strength, causing a tiger's roar to sound out. His opponent flew back and fell out of the arena, crushing him directly. His strength is not bad. The supervisor nodded again. Who dares to fight with me? Chen Dalai roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'll fight you. Another person rushed into the arena and attacked with the blade wind kick. After a few collisions, the person was knocked out of the arena by Chen Dalai. Not bad, Dalai. Chen Zhigang nodded with satisfaction. After defeating 3 opponents in a row, Chen Dalai asked to rest. Now, only Chen Yang, Chen Dalai, and the last person were left. Chen Dalai was resting. Naturally, it was Chun Yang and the last person fighting. Chun Yang, you are not my opponent. The last person was a girl named Chun-Li. She practiced the blade wind kick. How will we know if we don't fight? Chun Yang growled. Wolf attack, wolf dodge, wolf dash, wolf dash. Chun-Li let out a delicate shout, her long legs swept out like a blade, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Blade roll, blade strike. The two moves were connected, attacking Chun Yang and pushing him back. Chun-Li's legs were like long blades, continuously chopping out, forcing Chun Yang off the arena. Chun Dalei, come up and fight with me, Chun-Li said aggressively. Lose. Chun Dalei leaped onto the stage, his strength exploding as he stomped on the ground. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged out with a punch that was tyrannical to the extreme. Tiger exploding. Blade chop. Chun-Li also used her strongest attack. After the collision, Chun Dalei's body swayed. Chun-Li was pushed back, her right leg trembling. I admit defeat. Chun-Li was unwilling, but her right leg was numb. Congratulations to Chun Dalei for winning the martial disciple battle. Next, you can challenge one of the three. Who do you want to challenge? Chen Wuxiong asked. Dalei, get down. Chun Jigang suddenly said. I give up. Chun Dalei said immediately. He jumped off the arena, giving up the right to challenge, shocking everyone. Chun Dalei has given up on the challenge. Chun Jigang, Chun Yidao, and Chun Yuyao are qualified to cultivate in the clan hall. Chen Wuxiong could only announce. He then asked symbolically, does anyone have any objections? Chapter 8. Squeezing through the crowd, a vigorous figure leaped into the arena. He held a sword in his left hand and stood upright. He didn't panic at all under everyone's gaze. It's Chun Zong. Exclamations rang out. Everyone was surprised, but they soon turned into mockery. I'm dying of laughter. I was wondering who it was. It's Chun Zong. His brain must be muddled. He's still holding a sword. Does he think he's a swordsman? Chun Zong's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear the undisguised mockery. Brother Zong, come down. Chun Yiming rushed to the edge of the arena and looked up at Chun Zong. He shouted anxiously. Chun Jingtang also squeezed to the edge of the arena and stared at Chun Zong, but he didn't say anything. Chun Zong, you shouldn't be here, Chen Yuyao said coldly with some impatience. Get down. Don't make trouble. Chun Yidao's eyes were cold and sharp. He glanced at Chun Zong and did not stop. Chun Jigang and Chun Dalei were shocked. Chun Dazhong, who was in the crowd, was also shocked. It seemed that he did not expect that Chun Zong did not die in the forest and even dared to appear here. Chun Zong, there's an additional rule for this martial disciple tournament. Disciples below the third level of the Qi and Blood realm are not allowed to participate. Chen Wuxiong sighed softly and said to Chun Zong with a smile. He had a good relationship with Chun Jingtang, so he didn't despise Chun Zong like the others. Instead, he felt it was a pity. Patriarch, my cultivation has reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. Chun Zong answered seriously. When he arrived, Chun Dalei was the winner of the martial disciple tournament. According to the previous rules, the martial disciple tournament was only halfway through. He didn't expect there to be a new rule. Fortunately, he arrived in time. In addition, I'm also a member of the Chun family. I'm under the age of 15, so I'm qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament. The supervisor looked interested. His eyes fell on Chun Zong as if he wanted to see through him. Chun Huzhan frowned and looked displeased. Your cultivation has reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm? Chen Wuxiong was stunned, and so were the others. Patriarch, Chun Zong is also a member of the Chun family. He is qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament, Chun Dalei suddenly said. That's right, Master. Chun Zong is qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament, Chun Zhongjie echoed, But when he looked at Chen Zong, his face was full of hatred and a sinister smile. Smart people could tell that Chen Dalai and Chen Zhongjie were up to no good. Master, please allow Chen Zong to participate in the martial disciple tournament. He knew that this had always been Chen Zong's wish. As his father, he chose to support him. Since you are also a member of the Chen family, less than 15 years old, and your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, you are qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament. Chen Huzhan sat on the high seat, his domineering eyes fixed on Chen Zong. His tone was stern. However, the martial disciple tournament has ended. According to the rules, you have already missed it. However, I will give you a chance. As long as you can defeat any one of them, you can compete with Chen Dalai for the right to challenge the predetermined top 3. Before Chen Wuxiong could speak, Chen Huzhan spoke first as if he was the patriarch of the Chen family. Chen Wuxiong was unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. He was not as strong as Chen Huzhan. However, you can challenge them, but this is the martial disciple tournament. Swords have no eyes, so swords are not allowed, Chen Huzhan said again, his eyes falling on the iron sword in Chen Zong's left hand. Okay. Chen Zong bent down and handed the iron sword to Chen Jingtang. Father, trust me. Even if I don't use a sword, I can still get into the top 3. Chen Jingtang grabbed the iron sword and patted the back of Chen Zong's hand. Good luck. Patriarch, can we start? Chen Zong looked at Chen Wuxiong, bowed and asked. Be careful. At this point, Chen Wuxiong no longer had the ability to object. He could only say this in a low voice and jump off the stage. You guys. Chen Zong's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Qi and Blood realm 3rd stage. Who will fight me? I'll do it. Chen Zhongjie couldn't wait to jump onto the stage. With a sinister smile on his face, he immediately assumed the starting stance of the Wolf Fang Fist art. His gaze turned cold, as if he saw Chen Zong as prey. Chen Zong stretched his arms and legs, assuming the crouching tiger stance. There was an indescribable feeling. That's the tiger strength fist art. The battle supervisor whispered, slightly surprised. Chen Huzhan frowned again. Chen Zhongjie immediately felt a kind of pressure from Chen Zong. It was the pressure brought about by the level of the fist art. With a low roar like the low howl of a vicious wolf, Chen Zhongjie dashed forward. His right fist executed the wolf dash style with all his strength, fiercely punching towards Chen Zong's ribs. Chen Zong executed the tiger dash style. His punch was like the roar of a ferocious tiger, causing Chen Zhongjie's expression to change drastically. His footsteps suddenly accelerated, and he dodged like a vicious wolf. He circled to Chen Zong's side and changed the wolf dash style into the wolf bite style. This was a technique he learned from his battle with Chen Yang. His body spun, and his arms swung like a tiger's tail. Another shocking roar of the wind sounded. Tiger twisting style. With the same level of cultivation, the tiger strength fist art of the great accomplishment was stronger than the wolf fang fist art of the small accomplishment. When they collided, Chen Zhongjie only felt an irresistible force bending his arm. Chen Zong's arm directly swept across Chen Zhongjie's body. With a bang, Chen Zhongjie rolled on the ground, unable to get up. Chen Dalai, it's your turn. Chen Zong's gaze shifted from Chen Zhongjie to Chen Dalai as he said calmly. Brother Zong defeated Chen Zhongjie. Below the ring, Chen Yiming was extremely excited. Am I dreaming? Chen Zong actually defeated Chen Zhongjie. He just said that his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Is it true? Chen Yuyao's face was full of surprise. She would never have thought that the person in her impression, who cultivated diligently but did not make much progress, had unknowingly reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Moreover, his strength was not weak. Is that the tiger strength fist art of the great accomplishment? Questions arose in her mind, and she only felt that her mind was in a mess. Chen Yidao stared at Chen Zong, and a trace of battle intent filled his eyes. Chen Jigang's face changed, and it was a little ugly because Chen Zhongjie was his underling. Being easily defeated by a recognized trash made him feel ashamed. It was also because Chen Zong's tiger strength fist art had reached the great accomplishment level. Chen Dalai jumped into the ring with a cold face. Chen Zong, you will soon know that you are happy too early. Come on. Chen Zong assumed the tiger crouching style and roared like a tiger. I will fulfill your wish. Chen Dalai roared and also assumed the tiger crouching style. The two faced each other with a distance of 3 meters, and their eyes collided like lightning. Tiger rush! Chen Dalai roared and rushed to Chen Zong like a fierce tiger. At the same time, Chen Zong also displayed the tiger rush. He punched out with a strong roar of the wind. The two fists collided head-on, and the terrible strength surged. Chen Zong's arm trembled slightly, while Chen Dalai's face changed. His fist was repelled, and his arm was uncontrollably retracted. He had to take a step back to reduce the force. At the same time, Chen Zong rushed forward and jumped gently. Tiger leap! An indescribable aura swept over and rushed forward. It carried a tyrannical power, and blood energy surged. Tiger rage! Under the tiger leap, the power of the tiger rage would reach its peak. The momentum of the punch was really like a fierce tiger roaring in front of him, which made Chen Dalai's face change greatly. He was scared out of his wits, and he could not mobilize all his strength. He hurriedly punched to resist. His arm bent and his whole body rolled down the ring like a gourd. Good. Chen Jingtang clenched his fist and was secretly excited. Chen Yiming was stunned. Hiss! This scene caused everyone to gasp. Chen Dazhong, who was in the crowd, even clenched his fists tightly. He wished for nothing more than to jump onto the arena and personally kill Chen Zong with a single punch, but he didn't dare because this was a clan's martial disciple battle, and the rules couldn't be broken. A family warrior battle like this. Chen Huzhan stood up angrily. Wait! Chen Wuxiong quickly announced. Chen Zong won this battle and is qualified to challenge the predetermined top 3. I don't agree. Chen Huzhan did not care about Chen Wuxiong's face at all. He glared at Chen Zong and said, "This guy is too fierce. He should be disqualified." His words made Chen Zong's heart sink, but he fearlessly looked at Chen Huzhan. This guy has reached the peak of the advanced level of the tiger strength fist technique. Very good. He is qualified to continue the challenge. The supervisor suddenly said in a calm voice, like a breeze. Chen Zong, who do you want to challenge? Chen Wuxiong's face flashed with a touch of joy. Chen Huzhan clenched his teeth and looked gloomy. The ups and downs were so fast that Chen Zong was in a trance for a moment. Chen Wuxiong reminded him again, and then he came to his senses and said without hesitation, "I challenge Chen Jigang." What? He wants to challenge Brother Jigang. Doesn't he know that Brother Jigang is the strongest among the predetermined top 3? I think he has become arrogant because he has the strength. He thinks that he can fight Brother Jigang after defeating Chen Dalai. He is overestimating himself. All kinds of comments came one after another. Chen Yuyao was still in a trance. Chen Yidao's eyes were shining. Chen Jigang was stunned at first, and then a touch of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Are you sure? Chen Wuxiong asked in a low voice, giving Chen Zong another chance. Jigang, we are both disciples of the Chen family. Show mercy. Chen Huzhan said directly, show mercy, in a low and powerful voice. Father, I will. Chen Jigang understood Chen Huzhan's meaning. He smiled and immediately looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, I suddenly admire you because you are very courageous to challenge me directly. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Zong's response was neither cold nor warm, which made Chen Jigang speechless. Come on. Since we are both disciples of the Chen family, I will give you 3 moves. Chen Zhigang stood on the ring, 3 meters away from Chen Zong, and calmly said. This kind of bearing suddenly made many of the Chen family's disciples exclaim in admiration, and some of the older generation nodded their heads. 1, 2, 3. Chen Zong waved his fist 3 times. Well, 3 moves are over, let's start. After that, Chen Zong put on the crouching tiger style. Chen Zhigang gave him 3 moves. If he used it well, he could have more advantages. However, Chen Zong did not want to because he wanted to defeat Chen Zhigang fair and square without any excuses. He wanted to let the whole Chen family know that he was not a waste, so that his father could raise his head in the family and no longer be looked down upon. Chapter 9. This is the last chapter of the day, and also the last chapter of the first volume. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist will embark on a new journey. Everyone, please support him. His fist was like a tiger's claw. The wind howled like a tiger's roar. The 2 fists collided in front of everyone's eyes. At that moment, a teeth-numbing sound was heard. Chen Zhigang's body swayed and stabilized, while Chen Zong took a small step back. Haha, I knew it. How could Chen Zong be Brother Gang's opponent? The tense atmosphere was broken by the laughter, and all kinds of discussions followed. They all said that Chen Zong was overestimating himself. Nonsense, Brother Zong can definitely defeat Chen Zhigang. Chen Yiming shouted with a red face. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Chen Zong was knocked back by Brother Gang's punch? Chen Zhongjie sneered and mocked Chen Yiming. You have some skills. Chen Zhigang retracted his fist and once again assumed the crouching tiger form. His eyes flashed with lightning and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, but that punch just now, I only used 70% of my strength. You think I used all my strength? Chen Zong once again assumed the crouching tiger form and retorted. If that's the case, then use all your strength. I'll let you know the difference between you and me. Chen Zhigang smiled after a slight pause. That punch just now was only a test. What came next was the real battle. Brother Gang is going to use all his strength. You know, Brother Gang's strength has reached 600 pounds. Chen Zhigang's supporters were all excited. Blood chi flowed, tyrannical strength was aroused, and his arms were tight. Chen Zhigang's body emitted a kind of pressure. It was the pressure of strength exceeding the standard. The peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, 600 pounds of strength, and the Tiger Strength Fist technique, has also reached the realm of mastery. Not bad. The battle supervisor nodded with some praise. Zhigang's talent is unmatched in the branch family, and he's also very hard-working. Chen Huzhan heard the praise and showed a proud smile. The supervisor of battle smiled and looked at Chen Zong. His intuition told him that this young man might bring a surprise. He mobilized all of his strength, and the strong aura formed a pressure under the Tiger Strength Fist technique, which made Chen Zong look serious. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong knew that he had to use all his strength. Adjusting his body slightly, Chen Zong's aura suddenly grew and spread out from his body. The wind stopped. The audience felt that the Chen Zong in front of them seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger that was entrenched in the ring, exuding an astonishing aura. Especially Chen Zhigang, who was facing Chen Zong, was stunned and thought that he had an illusion. The war supervisor suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, releasing a shocking radiance. His arms were trembling because of excitement. Perfection. His voice was low and trembling. Was this the pleasant surprise he felt? Wasn't it a little too intense? This is impossible. Chen Huzhan was in a daze. He felt powerless. Perfection of foundation, establishment, martial arts. That was the realm that many Chen family members dreamed of reaching. However, in the entire branch family, no one had ever reached it. Even in the main family, there were very few people who could cultivate the foundation establishment realm to perfection. Especially at the martial disciple level, it was even rarer. But now they saw the perfection of the tiger strength fist technique from a martial disciple who was only at the third level of the Qi and blood realm, who was less than 15 years old. It was unbelievable, like a dream. Chen Jigang felt as if he was floating in the clouds. It was very unreal. He had gone through untold hardships and had Chen Huzhan's guidance to cultivate the tiger strength fist technique to the realm of greater mastery. However, he had not even reached the peak of greater mastery. Yet, this piece of trash had not only reached the third level of the Qi and blood realm, but had also cultivated the tiger strength fist technique to the realm of perfection. This was simply impossible to happen. Even if your fist technique has reached perfection, you are still no match for me. With a low roar, Chen Jigang exerted strength in both of his legs. With a bang, the platform under his feet shook. Like a fierce tiger, he instantly rushed out. Under the strength of 600 pounds, his right fist was clenched and incomparably fierce. It smashed the air and fiercely punched towards Chen Jigang. The perfection of the tiger crouching stance under the power of the tiger made Chen Zong's strength as one. Even though he had just broken through to the third level of the Qi and blood realm and only had 400 pounds of strength, he was able to exceed his limit and become even more tyrannical. Like a fierce tiger, he constantly attacked in all directions, constantly affecting Chen Jigang. Tiger Rush. The two fists collided again, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Tiger Rush. Tiger Rush. 3 consecutive fists collided. Chen Zong was like a fierce tiger rushing down the mountain. He was unstoppable. This was the power of the tiger. Chen Jigang's arm trembled, and he unconsciously took a step back. That step caused his momentum to stagnate. Chen Zong pounced, and his fists continuously punched. Tiger Rush. Tiger Rush. Tiger Rush. Chen Jigang could only retreat step by step. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Jigang, who was known as the number 1 under the age of 15 in the family, was actually being suppressed by someone who was once called a trash. Was this a dream? Tiger spinning stance. His body rotated, and his arms swept like a tiger's tail. The speed was too fast for Chen Jigang to block, and he staggered to the side. Immediately, Chen Zong rushed forward, and his whole body jumped half a meter high. His momentum was completely unleashed. Chen Jigang unconsciously looked up, and a shadow covered him. It was as if he saw a fierce tiger leaping down from the mountain. That pair of domineering cold eyes made his heart tremble, and he felt an inexplicable fear. Tiger violent stance. Unstoppable. Chen Zong punched out with all his strength. That was the most tyrannical punch of the tiger's strength fist technique, and it was also the final punch. Chen Jigang subconsciously raised his arms to block, but the strong force seemed to break the bones in his arms and hit his chest directly. Chen Jigang flew out of the ring and fell to the ground. He rolled back a few times and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He could not move. Chen Jigang lost. Chen Zong defeated Chen Jigang? Everyone was speechless. Brother Zong, good job. Chen Yiming was extremely excited. Good, good, good. Chen Jingtong's face was filled with relief and excitement, and his whole body was trembling. Chen Yuyao was dumbstruck. Her mind was in a mess, and she could not describe what she was feeling. Chen Yidao's eyes shone with a fierce light, and he stared at Chen Zong as if he had found his prey. He was eager to fight. Chen Huzhan was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy, and a burst of anger was about to explode. Good, Chen Zong defeated Chen Jigang, and he will replace Chen Jigang. He will go to the clan hall with Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao to cultivate. Chen Wuxiong was very excited. It was not only because Chen Zong had cultivated the tiger strength fist technique to perfection, but also because he defeated Chen Jigang. If Chen Jigang went to the clan hall to cultivate as he wished, Chen Huzhan's status in the branch family would rise again, and he would be slowly overtaken. But now that would not happen. Bastard, how dare you be so ruthless? Chern Hujan exploded and leaped like a huge tiger leaping from a high place. The terrifying aura of a Qi and Blood Realm level 7 exploded, and his Qi and blood surged. He clawed out. There was no doubt that if Chern Zong was caught by that claw, his bones would definitely shatter. Chen Zong could not move. His whole body was stiff and numb, and it was even more terrifying than when he was stared at by the tiger in the forest. The sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly, and a chill spread throughout his body, allowing Chen Zong to regain his senses. However, the difference between a Qi and Blood Realm level 3 was too big. It was like a firefly compared to the moon. Even if he could react, he could not dodge in time. Chen Hujan. You dare. Chen Jingtong's voice seemed to come from afar, and the crowd's exclamations sounded as if they were half awake. Subconsciously, Chen Zong moved. If he could not dodge in time, then he would not dodge. If he wanted to kill him, he would not compromise. In an instant, the tiger force that emerged from Chen Zong's body intensified. Chen Hujan's claw rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, as if it was covering the sky. Chen Zong glared at him and threw out a punch. It was so fierce that even the sky would be pierced through. Die! Chen Hujan growled, his voice like thunder. His claw mercilessly clawed at Chen Zong's head. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong only saw a blue shadow flash in front of him, and a tall figure seemed to appear out of thin air. The figure's palm collided with Chen Hujan's claw and repelled it. Chen Hujan, are you trying to break the rules? The calm voice contained a hint of coldness, causing Chen Hujan's pupils to shrink. The battle supervisor made his move. No, I was just. Facing the battle supervisor, who was stronger, Chen Hujan did not dare to fight back because he was in the wrong. There will be winners and losers and injuries in a battle. The battle supervisor directly interrupted Chen Hujan's explanation. He is one of the 3 people who will go to the clan this time. If anything happens to him, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 10 lives. As he spoke, the battle supervisor ignored Chen Hujan, who looked pale, and turned to Chen Zong with a smile. Not bad. You have the heart of a fierce tiger, and your courage is commendable. Thank you, battle supervisor, for saving me. Chen Zong quickly bowed to express his gratitude. It's my duty. The battle supervisor smiled and nodded at Chen Wuxiong. I hereby announce that Chen Zong, Chen Yuyao, and Chen Yidao are qualified to cultivate in the clan hall. Chen Wuxiong's face was flushed with high spirits, and his voice seemed to be louder. As a reward, each of you will receive 2 energy pills. I hope you can cultivate well in the clan hall and strive to become martial artists as soon as possible. 2 energy pills. Chen Zong was overjoyed to hear that. Little guy, you can get more energy pills in the clan. The battle supervisor smiled, which made Chen Zong's eyes brighten. When the applause died down, Chen Zong suddenly said, Lord Battle Supervisor, Patriarch, may I ask what should be done if I violate the clan rules? In the crowd, Chen Dazhong, Chen Dalai, and Chen Jigang's faces suddenly changed. Little guy, if you have something to say, just say it. The battle supervisor put his hands behind his back and said seriously. First of all, I didn't get my share of energy pills last month. Chen Zong said and glanced at Chen Jigang's uncle, who was trembling all over. His face was pale and cold sweat was dripping. Li 7, from now on, you have nothing to do with the Chen family. Chen Wuxiong's words made Li 7 collapse to the ground. He had sneaked into the Chen family with his relationship with Chen Hujan and got a good position. He should have had a bright future, but now everything was over. Second of all, 20 days ago, in the Howling Wind Forest, someone tried to kill me. If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now. Chen Zong's eyes fell on the crowd and fixed on Chen Dezhong. His voice was full of coldness. Chen Dezhong, who ordered you to do that? Nonsense. Chen Dazhong's face turned red and his neck became thick. He shouted to defend himself. Chen Wuxiong, the battle supervisor, and Chen Huzhan's faces changed dramatically. Chen Jingtong's face was full of anger, while the other clansmen were confused. Chen Dazhong, I'm 5 or 6 years older than you. We have no relationship, so I don't need to slander you. Chen Zong said calmly. At that time, you should have killed the tiger and brought it back to the clan. If it hadn't appeared, I would have been killed by you. Patriarch, 20 days ago, Chen Dazhong did bring a tiger back. An elder said. Chen Dalai, you were also involved in this, right? Chen Zong suddenly looked at Chen Dalai. It wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. Chen Dalai cried out. As a martial artist, you attacked a martial disciple under the age of 15. This is the first crime. You tried to kill a fellow clansman. This is the second crime. Chen Wuxiong's face was cold. The punishment for these 2 crimes is to cripple Chen Dazhong's cultivation. No, I didn't. Chen Dazhong shouted again and again. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and tried to escape. An elder reached out and grabbed Chen Dazhong. Chen Dazhong's body trembled and his face turned pale. His whole body was like a deflated balloon. He became so weak that it was as if a gust of wind would blow him over. His cultivation of the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm was crippled. Chen Jigang's face was pale. Chen Dalai's body trembled and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. This is the consequence of breaking the clan's rules. Chen Wuxiong said loudly. Thank you for upholding justice, Patriarch. Chen Zong bowed and glanced at Chen Jigang. He knew that even though he defeated Chen Jigang, with Chen Huzhan around, he couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 10. The protagonist has entered the clan hall and is about to show off his skills. Are your swords ready? Chen Wu, Chen Zuifeng, Chen Yan, Chen Che, Chen Shuiqing, Chen Shaozi, Chen Zong. Here, the 7 of them replied in unison. I'm Chen Chuyun. She wore a tight white martial attire that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. She looked valiant and valiant. Her face was fair and rosy. Her voice was cold, and her eyes were clear and bright like autumn water. From today onwards, I will be your sword instructor. Chen Zong looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. He estimated that she was about 17 or 18 years old, but her aura was obscure and powerful. He wondered how much more powerful she was compared to them. This was the clan hall of the Chen clan. Including the branch family and the main family, there were a total of 60 martial disciples. They were divided into 5 groups according to the type of foundation establishment martial techniques they practiced. Chen Zong's Tiger Strength Fist technique had reached perfection. He should have been assigned to the Fist technique group, but he strongly requested to be assigned to the Sword technique group. Including him, there were 7 people in the Sword technique group. There were 5 males and 2 females. 2 of them were from the branch family and the rest were from the main family. Now I will teach you the Tiger Roar technique. Chen Chuyun did not even bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. The Tiger Roar technique is our Chen clan's secret technique for refining blood qi. It cannot be taught to outsiders. The Tiger Roar technique is divided into movement and stillness. Chen Chuyun used simple and straightforward words and actions to teach the Tiger Roar technique to everyone, repeating it 3 times. Chen Zong, your cultivation has not reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, so you cannot practice the Tiger Roar technique. Chen Chuyun's gaze fell on Chen Zong. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Chen Zuifeng's eyes flashed with pride. A few months ago, he had already started practicing the Tiger Roar technique. The cultivation of martial disciples was divided into 2 parts. First, they would practice foundation establishment martial techniques to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Then, they would refine their blood qi in preparation for breaking through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm. If they practiced the tiger roar technique before reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the blood realm, they would only harm their blood qi. I'll continue to explain the tiger roar technique. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me later. Clearly, the content of this lesson was the tiger roar incantation. 2 hours later, the class ended. Chen Chuyan answered a few questions and left. The next class was in 10 days. The 5 disciples ignored Chen Zong and Chen Yen and left. Chen Yen and Chen Zong nodded and left as well. The clan hall was divided into an inner and outer section, separated by a door. The outer hall was not big. There was a living area, a cafeteria, a martial arts room, a weapons room, and so on. New disciples like them had to raise their cultivation to the 4th stage of the qi and blood realm within a year to become martial artists. Otherwise, they would be expelled. I need to raise my cultivation base to the peak of qi and blood realm level 3 before cultivating the tiger roar formula to temper my blood qi. Chen Zong's biggest wish was to find a precious medicine for his father to heal his injuries and restore his cultivation. However, that required sufficient strength. Therefore, Chen Zong's short-term goal for himself was to increase his cultivation and enter the clan hall. Now that he had achieved that, he should set a second short-term goal for himself. The 2 energy pills from the branch family and the 3 energy pills from the clan hall can increase my cultivation base slightly, but it's not enough to reach the peak of qi and blood realm level 3. Maybe I can practice more foundation establishment martial arts, Yi Futian said to himself. Every breakthrough in foundation establishment martial arts would stimulate one's potential to a certain extent and strengthen one's blood qi. This would then feed back to the body and achieve a synchronized improvement. However, it was not easy to break through foundation establishment martial arts. Normal people would take 3 months to reach the entry level, 1 year to achieve small success, and 3 years to achieve phenomenal success. The more powerful ones would take at least 2 years to achieve phenomenal success. Even if they were to achieve phenomenal success in a year, it would still be unrealistic to use it as the main method to increase their cultivation base. Chen Zong was different. He had been transformed by the mysterious sword tip and received help from the mysterious sword tip when cultivating foundation establishment martial art. He could achieve phenomenal success in a shorter time. This was an advantage that he had to make use of. The outer hall martial arts room was several times larger than the Little Lake Town branch family's room. There was a table by the door and a middle-aged man sitting behind it. He was the manager of the martial arts room. There were bookshelves on 3 sides of the room. Each bookshelf contained more than 100 books that were clearly categorized. The bookshelf on the left was filled with foundation establishment martial arts and related cultivation experiences. There were 6 wooden tables and some wooden chairs neatly placed in the middle of the room for the ordinary disciples of the outer hall to read. The books in the martial arts room could not be taken away. Chen Zong scanned the room. The 3 foundation establishment martial arts of the Little Lake Town branch family were among them. Other than that, there were other foundation establishment martial arts that he had never heard of before. Snake hand, python leg technique, heavy fist, steel shattering palm, chain saber technique, heavy strike saber technique, afterimage sword technique, willow sword technique, eagle strike sword technique. Wait. At a glance, there were at least 3 books of cultivation experiences for each foundation establishment martial art. Some had more than 10 books. There are 32 foundation establishment martial arts in total. That's a lot. This was a huge shock to Chen Zong. He also found that among the 32 foundation establishment martial arts, there were only 5 weapon-type foundation establishment martial arts. 3 were sword techniques and 2 were saber technique. It was obvious that weapon-type foundation establishment martial arts were rare and precious. They were also notoriously difficult to cultivate. He took out 3 sword techniques and related cultivation experiences, walked to a wooden table, sat down, and started reading. Afterimage sword technique was a sword technique that required great skill. It was weak in attack and defense, but it could create afterimages to interfere with one's vision. There were 6 moves in total. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. The tip of the sword between his eyebrows trembled slightly, and a silver dragon danced. Chen Zong's mind was very clear. Not only did he memorize all the contents of afterimage sword technique, but he also quickly understood and mastered it. After reading afterimage sword art, he picked up simple analysis of afterimage sword art, I practice afterimage sword art conjecture, and other cultivation note. He read through them one by one, absorbing the wisdom of the predecessors and gathering their wisdom to deepen his understanding of afterimage sword art. Willow sword technique was a sword technique that required the sword to be like willow branches. It was flexible and tough, like a willow swinging in the wind. It had 6 moves in total. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. After reading everything about willow sword technique, he went on to read Eagle Strike Sword Technique. Eagle Strike Sword Technique was completely different from Willow Sword Technique. It mainly used the tip of the sword as the point of attack, imitating the sharp beak, claws, and wings of an eagle. It was an offensive sword technique. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. After reading Eagle Strike Sword Technique, Chen Zong read a few other cultivation experiences. After memorizing all of them, he put the books back on the shelf. "Young man, is it useful for you to read like this?" the manager asked casually. "Yes." Chen Zong replied and walked out of the martial arts room. The manager shook his head and took it as a joke. He found a secluded place in the martial arts field and pulled out his sword. After thinking for a while, he made the starting gesture of shadow sword technique and stabbed out. Soon, he practiced it once. "I'm not very good at it, but it's only the first time." The second time there was obvious improvement. The third time he was even more proficient. Chen Zong could feel his improvement with each practice. On the 10th practice, Chen Zong felt his qi and blood vibrate slightly, and it grew a little bit stronger. After consolidating his strength, Chen Zong made the starting gesture of willow sword technique, standing tall like a weeping willow by the water. After 10 practice, he learned willow sword technique and his qi and blood grew a little bit stronger. Then, Chen Zong practiced eagle strike sword technique. He was like an eagle that was about to spread its wings and soar. His sword was like the wings of an eagle that was about to spread its wings and soar. After 10 more practice, he learned eagle strike sword technique, and his qi and blood grew a little bit stronger. After 3 consecutive rounds of qi and blood growth, Chen Zong's body would be nourished and his strength would increase. "This guy is too stupid." Practicing 3 foundation building sword technique. "He's cutting off his own path. I know him. His name is Chen Zong. He used to practice fist technique. It's said that he reached the perfection realm and was favored by instructor Chen He. However, he refused to join the fist technique group and joined the sword technique group. So it's him. Then he must be practicing 4 foundation building martial art. He's so stupid." Not far away, a few people were whispering. They didn't practice sword techniques and their eyesight was limited. They couldn't tell that Chen Zong had learned all 3 foundation building sword technique. Chen Zong heard their conversation clearly. Of course, he knew what they were thinking. Under normal circumstances, the more foundation building martial arts one practiced, the more obvious the drawbacks would be. This was because practicing each foundation building martial arts required a lot of time and energy, and each person's time and energy were limited. The more foundation building martial arts one practiced, the more scattered they would be. In the end, they would drag each other down and it would be difficult to improve. Usually, one would practice at most 2 foundation building martial arts. One would be practiced before entering the clan hall, and the other would be practiced after entering the clan hall. After entering the clan hall, everyone knew that martial disciple cultivation was divided into 2 levels. One was before the peak of Qi and Blood Realm stage level 3, where the focus was on foundation building martial arts. The other was after the peak of Qi and Blood Realm stage level 3, where the focus was on Qi and blood refinement. Cultivation was the foundation. Once one's cultivation reached Qi and Blood Realm stage level 4 and became a martial artist, one could practice foundation building martial art. Its power was many times stronger than foundation building martial arts. They felt that Chen Zong was putting the cart before the horse. When this matter reached Chen He's ears, he sneered, "Do you think that by practicing Tiger Strength Fist technique to the perfection realm, you can also practice sword technique to the perfection realm? Chen Zong, you're wasting your time." Chen Yuyao went to Chen Zong in exasperation. "You've practiced Tiger Strength Fist technique to the perfection realm, which proves that you have extraordinary talent in fist technique. Why do you want to practice sword techniques? Fine, you can practice sword techniques, but why do you have to practice 3 sword techniques at the same time? I know what I'm doing." Chen Zong knew that Chen Yuyao was concerned about him, but he couldn't say that he had a fortuitous encounter that gave him an advantage in sword technique. "You? How can you face your official uncle, who has such high hopes for you?" Chen Yuyao was furious. She didn't know why she was so anxious and angry. "I know what I'm doing," Chen Zong said again, his tone calm. Chen Yuyao stomped away angrily in her deerskin shoes. Shaking his head and looking away, Chen Zong continued to practice sword technique. All 3 sword techniques had reached the entry level, which strengthened his blood qi and improved his cultivation. It proved that his idea was feasible, so he had to continue. The next night, Chen Zong continued to practice sword technique. A figure walked briskly from afar. His footsteps were very light. He stood dozens of meters away and watched without disturbing Chen Zong. After practicing each of the 3 sword techniques 10 times, Chen Zong caught a glimpse of the figure and bowed. "Instructor. Well, I heard that you're practicing 3 foundation sword techniques at the same time, so I came to check it out." Chen Xun's voice was as cold as the night wind. "Did you learn all 3 sword techniques yesterday morning?" "Yes." Chen Zong nodded. "It was no secret. In only 2 days, you've reached the entry level in 3 sword technique." Chen Xun's eyes were blazing, as if they could melt the night. "So, you're a genius in sword technique." "Instructor, you flatter me," Chen Zong said modestly. "Don't be so modest. Can you practice all 3 sword techniques to the basic level in 10 days? Chen Xun's eyes were clear. Chapter 11. 2 updates a day is the minimum. If it goes beyond that, it will explode. Today, it will explode a little. The strength of one arm has reached 450 pounds. Chen Zong analyzed after putting down the heavy iron lock to test his strength. 5 energy pills increased my strength by 20 pounds. 3 foundation building sword techniques strengthened my blood qi and increased my strength by 30 pounds. The effect is better than Tiger Strength Fist technique at the same level. In this way, I can reach the peak of level 3 Qi and Blood Realm if I cultivate all 3 sword techniques to initial success. He drew his sword and cultivated the 8 forms of the true sword. Chen Zong didn't know why the mysterious sword tip helped him cultivate the 8 forms of the true sword. It couldn't compare to other foundation building techniques, and the difficulty of cultivating the 8 forms of the true sword was much higher than Tiger Strength Fist technique and Eagle Strike sword technique. His progress was slow, and he hadn't reached the peak of initial success, let alone phenomenal success. However, the power of the 8 forms of the true sword was undeniable. Even at initial success, it was better than Tiger Strength Fist technique at perfection. After cultivating the 8 forms of the true sword, Chen Zong began to cultivate afterimage sword technique, willow sword technique, and finally eagle strike sword technique. Different sword techniques had different styles, but Chen Zong found some similarities between them and compared them with each other. His improvement was more obvious. On the fourth night after cultivating the 3 sword techniques, Chen Zong was practicing in a corner. There were few people in the training field. Afterimage sword technique was performed, and he stabbed out again and again, leaving behind afterimages. The mark of the afterimage sword art was to create an afterimage. As he practiced, his sword trembled slightly. Following the first afterimage, a second afterimage appeared vaguely. After 10 times, the second afterimage became clear. Chen Zong felt his body go numb. His blood qi vibrated slightly, as if his potential was stimulated. It strengthened his blood qi and strengthened his body. 2 afterimages, a sign of initial success. Chen Zong smiled. He didn't feel excited because he thought it was natural. He practiced a few more rounds of afterimage sword technique to consolidate his foundation. Then, he took the first stance of willow sword technique. His body swayed, and the iron sword swayed under the moonlight like a willow branch blown by the wind. As he practiced, Chen Zong felt his body go numb again. His blood qi vibrated and strengthened again. Minor accomplishment of willow swordsmanship. Lastly, it was the eagle strike swordsmanship. The sword was like the wings of an eagle as it swept across the night sky, bringing with it an obscure light. It quickly pierced out again. With a twist of his wrist, the body of the sword changed accordingly, like the claws of an eagle. He leaped into the air like a soaring eagle and struck down with his sword again. It was like an eagle pecking at its prey, emitting a sharp whistle. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, his figure swept through the air. The iron sword struck down, and there seemed to be the cry of an eagle. His blood and qi shook again. Initial success in the eagle strike swordsmanship. Chen Zong felt his body heat up slightly, as if he was soaking in hot water. It was very comfortable, and his body was also strengthened bit by bit. It's late, time to sleep. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Chen Zong sheathed his sword and walked toward the residential area. The treatment of the descendants of the clan hall was not bad. Each of them lived in a room that was about 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. It was well furnished. Another 2 days passed. Chen Zong walked to the testing area. He grabbed the 500-pound iron chain with one arm, exerted his strength, lifted it, and raised it above his head. He held it for 3 breaths before putting it down. 500 pounds of strength, peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. I finally reached it. Some people were born with great strength, such as Chen Jigang. However, Chen Zong was not one of them. Before he got the mysterious sword tip, he was mediocre in all aspects. After he got the mysterious sword tip, his cultivation speed increased many times, but his body did not change much. On the training field, most of the descendants were cultivating. There were fist arts, palm arts, leg arts, blade arts, and sword arts. As usual, Chen Zong found a secluded corner to practice his sword. Chen Zong, I heard that you're cultivating 3 sword arts at the same time. Great, I've reached the peak of the eagle strike sword art. Do you want me to give you some pointers? Chen Zuifeng and Chen Shuiqing walked over side by side. Chen Zuifeng had a faint smile on his face. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It was the kind of disdain a descendant of the main family would have for a descendant of the branch family. No need. Chen Zong's sharp eyes caught the hint of disdain in Chen Zuifeng's eyes. He knew that Chen Zuifeng did not really want to give him pointers. He probably had an ulterior motive. Chen Zong, it's your honor that Brother Zuifeng is willing to give you pointers. You don't know what's good for you, Chen Shuiqing scolded. Shuiqing, he's just a branch family bumpkin. Even if he agrees, I might not be willing to give him pointers, Chen Zuifeng laughed, not hiding his disdain. This small episode made Chen Zong more aware of the situation of the branch family descendants in the main family hall. However, as long as they were strong enough, there was no difference between a branch family and a main family. After practicing each of the 3 sword arts 30 times, Chen Zong returned to the residential area after lunch. I can start cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation now. It was best not to be disturbed while cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation. This was a foundational cultivation method created by the ancestors of the Chen family after more than 10 years. It was a secret of the Chen family. It was suitable for disciples who had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm to further refine their blood Qi and build a good foundation in preparation for breaking through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. After refining their blood Qi once, they could actively move it and strengthen their body in all aspects in a short period of time. The increase in strength was the most obvious. The Tiger Roar incantation was divided into 2 parts: movement and stillness. Movement consisted of 7 movements, imitating the movements of a tiger to move one's blood Qi. Stillness consisted of the incantation. Using a posture that felt comfortable, one could silently recite the incantation and use one's mind to sense the blood Qi to achieve the goal of refining. According to the sword instructor, Chen Chuyun, since the establishment of the main family hall, only 1 in 100 people could master the basics of the Tiger Roar incantation and begin refining their blood Qi. The most outstanding person took half a month. I wonder if I can start refining my blood Qi within a month? Chen Zong, who had not started cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation, muttered to himself. The cultivation of the Tiger Roar incantation could be divided into 3 steps. First, sense the blood Qi. Second, move the blood Qi. Third, refine the blood Qi. It was said that the genius who started refining his blood Qi in half a month took 3 days to sense the blood Qi in the first step. After finishing the exercise, Chen Zong took a deep breath to get rid of all distracting thoughts and concentrate. His back shook like a wave, and his hands and feet moved accordingly. He was like an awakened tiger stretching its muscles and bones. Perhaps it was because Chen Zong had practiced the Tiger Power Fist art to the consummate realm. The 7 movements of the Tiger Roar incantation were not difficult at all. With the help of the mysterious sword tip, he easily performed it on the first try, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. After the first try, Chen Zong felt his body heat up slightly. After the second and third try, the heat gradually increased. After the 10th try, Chen Zong vaguely felt the flow of the blood Qi. Vaguely, he seemed to see a red river flowing slowly. I've reached the first step? Chen Zong was surprised. Didn't the fastest person in the main family hall take 3 days to reach the first step? He had only practiced it 10 times, which added up to about 15 minutes. Was it an illusion? After the 11th try, he could indeed sense the blood Qi. It seems that I'm more talented in cultivation, Chen Zong said to himself. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to practice. As he practiced again and again, Chen Zong's body temperature kept rising. His skin gradually turned red, and he could sense the blood Qi in his body more clearly. After the 30th try, Chen Zong subconsciously assumed the crouching tiger posture. This was the first move of the Tiger Power Fist art, which had reached the consummate realm. Chen Zong felt very comfortable. The blood Qi flowed faster, like an endless stream. Chen Zong recited the incantation of the Tiger Roar incantation silently. He concentrated on sensing the blood Qi and synchronized with it. With the help of the incantation, he tried to control and move the blood Qi. Sensing the blood Qi was the first challenge, and moving the blood Qi was the second, which was more difficult than sensing the blood Qi. Chen Zong temporarily put down the practice of the sword art and focused on the Tiger Roar incantation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. After practicing the Tiger Roar incantation for 10 times, Chen Zong assumed the crouching tiger posture. He could clearly sense the blood qi in his body. With the help of his mind and the incantation, he tried his best to control the blood qi. The blood qi flowed faster and faster in his body. Chen Zong's ears seemed to hear a series of low roars coming from within his body, like the roar of a fierce tiger from afar. That was the sound produced when the blood and qi in his body reached a certain speed, and through the vibration and impact of the changes in speed, it was the essence of the tiger roar technique. Through this kind of vibration and impact, one could refine their blood and qi. After 7 minutes, Chen Zong had to stop refining the blood qi. He was starving. The purpose of refining the blood qi was to remove the impurities and concentrate the essence. It was to increase the quality of the blood qi by reducing the quantity. It needed to be replenished before it could continue. Otherwise, it would damage the body. How to replenish the blood qi after it was used up? Of course, one would be hungry if they had to replenish the blood qi by absorbing the body's energy. Energy pills were great for replenishing energy. Unfortunately, he could only get 3 pills a month, and they would be gone in a few days. In most cases, he could only replenish his energy through eating. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. After packing up quickly, Chen Zong left his room and went to the cafeteria. The cafeteria not only provided meals but also snacks. Chen Zong took a big bowl of beef bone soup and 10 palm-sized beef buns. All of them had thin skin and lots of stuffing, and were very delicious. He ate while listening to the conversation of the 3 people around him. In about 20 days, it will be the monthly champion competition. I don't think I have a chance. Me neither. Who do you think will be the champion of each group? For the fist technique group, I think it will be Chen Baichi. His furious python fist has reached the peak of greater mastery, and his slithering snake hand has also reached greater mastery. Moreover, I heard that before he entered the clan hall, he had already started cultivating the tiger roar formula. Now, he has refined his blood qi once. I really envy these clan disciples. Not only can they cultivate better foundation establishment martial arts than us, but they can also enjoy better cultivation resources than us. I heard that every year, the clan disciples will be the champion and break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood qi realm earlier. That might not be the case this time. From what I know, Chun Gujan from our fist technique group was born with great strength. I heard that one of his arms can weigh 400 jin. His heavy punch has also reached the peak of greater mastery. Chun Baichi might not be his match. 400 jin. The other 2 disciples gasped. Chen Zong was also shocked. 400 jin of strength was equivalent to the strength he could unleash after refining his blood qi 3 times. For the palm technique group, I think it will be Chen Yong. For the leg technique group, I think it will be Chen Ing. For the saber technique group, I think it will be Chen Fenghua. For the sword technique group, I think it will be Chen Yifeng. The people they were talking about were all clan disciples. Moreover, they had all cultivated the tiger roar formula in advance, and had already refined their blood qi once. I heard that someone in the sword technique group is cultivating 3 sword techniques at the same time. He might be a sword genius. That's a joke. Chapter 12. Are you willing to learn swordsmanship from this beautiful senior sister? The sun was shining brightly. On the martial arts field, groups of disciples gathered. How's your practice of the tiger roar formula in the past 10 days? Chen Xuyin's voice was still cold. Her limpid eyes swept over Chen Zong's face and paused for 2 breaths. Chen Wu, Chen Xiaozi, Chen Che, and Chen Yan asked questions and received answers. In this lesson, I'm going to explain swordsmanship. After answering their questions, Chen Chuyun said, You may have already practiced the residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship, or you may have just started. No matter what, I hope you can listen carefully. Chen Chuyun always looked cold. If Chen Zong hadn't seen the passion in her eyes that night, He would have thought that she only had one expression. The residual shadow swordsmanship turns the sword into a residual shadow. When you attack, you have to use your arm to move your wrist. Chen Chu-yun clearly had a very deep understanding of the afterimage sword technique. He explained it in concise and straightforward terms, making it easy for everyone to understand. Especially Chen Zong, who combined it with his own understanding and gained a deeper understanding. When it came to the subtleties, Chen Chu-yun would also practice with her sword. Her sword's body was sparkling, and there were ripples on the blade, making it look even sharper. Compared to Chen Zong's iron sword, it was many times better. Every swordsman longed to have a good sword. Chen Zuifeng and the others also had burning eyes. After explaining the residual shadow swordsmanship, Chen Chu-yun explained the willow swordsmanship, and then the eagle strike swordsmanship. Chen Zong and the others were shocked to find that Chen Chu-yun's three swordsmanship had reached perfection. After explaining the three swordsmanship, there was still half an hour left. Do you have any questions? Chen Chu-yun glanced at them. Her explanation was very thorough. For a moment, no one had digested it. Naturally, there were no questions. Next, I'm going to teach you a swordsmanship, Chen Chu-yun continued. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. This swordsmanship is called the 18 Fundamental Moves. Chen Chu-yun held her sword and practiced. As they practiced, except for Chen Zong, the other 6 people were more or less disappointed. Contrary to their expectations, Chen Zong watched very seriously. The 18 fundamental moves include slashing, pointing, stabbing, lifting, and lifting. 18 movements. It's not a foundation-level martial art and it's not very powerful. But it's helpful for you to practice. Chen Chu-yun practiced the 18 fundamental moves. Instructor, I have a question. Chen Zuifeng opened his mouth and met Chen Chu-yun's gaze. He asked, I heard that the perfection of the martial arts realm is not the end. What is the realm above the perfection? Chen Chu-yun. Chen. There is indeed an even higher realm above perfection, Chen Chu-yun said after pondering for a moment. His cold voice seemed a little more ethereal. Above perfection is minute subtlety. Subtlety. Everyone repeated in a low voice. Chen Zong only felt his heart burning. For some reason, his heart seemed to be beating faster than usual. The 2 words were full of magic. Don't think too much about the subtle realm. Chen Chu-yun's cold voice woke everyone up. No one in the clan hall has reached it. If there are no other questions, this class is over, Chen Chu-yun said after pouring cold water on them. Although the class was set for 2 hours, it was actually arranged by the instructor. Chen Zong, come with me. Seeing Chen Zong and Chen Chu-yun leave, Chen Chu-yun and the others looked terrible. There was an independent courtyard that was 10 meters long and wide. This was Chen Chu-yun's residence in the clan hall. Instructor, can we all live in such a small courtyard after becoming a martial artist? Chen Zong asked. Only the top 10. Chen Chu-yun's answer was simple. Chen Zong was shocked. He meant that Chen Chu-yun's strength was in the top 10 among all the disciples in the clan hall. Let's not talk about other people's business. Have you reached the initial level of the 3 swordsmanship? Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Practice. Chen Chu-yun's tone was urgent and his eyes were burning. Chen Zong immediately pulled out his sword and practiced the 3 swordsmanship one by one. Good, good, good. Chen Chu-yun said, good 3 times in a row, showing his excitement. His limpid eyes were burning like fire, almost burning Chen Zong. There was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. Chen Zong, are you willing to learn swordsmanship from me? Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. From Chen Chu-yun's eyes, he could see a kind of passion for the sword. His heart was greatly shaken. Do you want to be my disciple? Chen Zong asked. No, I just want to witness the rise of a genius swordsmanship. Chen Chuyun's eyes were still burning. I'm willing, Chen Zong answered seriously. Okay, I have an empty room here. Do you want to stay here or at your original place? Chen Chuyun asked directly. Instructor, I'll stay at my original place. Chen Zong didn't hesitate. He didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Chuyun. It's up to you. But you have to practice swordsmanship for 3 hours every day. Chen Chuyun didn't force Chen Zong to move in, but he asked for time to practice swordsmanship. Chen Zong didn't object. Up until now, except for some guidance from his father, he had been relying on his own efforts. He was more than happy to have a master who was willing to teach him swordsmanship. Let's start now. Chen Chuyun was swift and decisive. Practice the 18 basic moves. Chen Zong didn't understand. Practicing the 18 basic moves will be of great help to the practice of other swordsmanship, Chen Chuyun said in a very affirmative tone. Chen Zong immediately started practicing. He remembered Chen Chuyun's previous practice clearly. At first, his movements were slow and not in place. Chen Chuyun would guide him. The second time was basically correct, and the third time he was faster. The 10th time, his body moved with the sword. One move, one move. The sword halo surrounded his body as if he had practiced it thousands of times. You're indeed a genius in swordsmanship. Chen Chuyun's gaze seemed to be able to melt steel. After practicing for the 20th time, Chen Chuyun called for Chen Zong to stop. He led Chen Zong to a corner of the courtyard. There was a wooden frame in the shape of a door. Round wooden beads were hanging from it. The largest was as big as an egg, and the smallest was as small as a soybean. There are 4 keys to practicing swordsmanship. They are the foundation of swordsmanship. Chen Chuyun's voice was powerful. Every word was like a sword. Fast, steady, accurate, and ruthless. Only by being fast can you catch your opponent off guard and catch him off guard. Only by being accurate can you hit 100% of the time without any deviation. Only by being steady can you not make mistakes and move with ease. Only by being ruthless can you kill your enemy and cut through all obstacles. These 4 short sentences made Chen Zong tremble all over as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils dilated and contracted rapidly. A storm seemed to be brewing in his heart. No matter what swordsmanship you practice, the ultimate goal is to protect yourself and kill your enemy. It's inseparable from the foundation. From now on, you'll have to tie 5 kilograms of iron plates to your arms. You can only put them on, but you can't take them off. You'll be able to practice the fast, Chen Chuyun said as he picked up a thin black iron plate that was neatly arranged in a corner. It was made of heavy iron and was 10 times heavier than an iron plate of the same size. It was suitable for making heavy objects. Chen Zong didn't feel much after he tied the heavy iron plates to his arms. However, he had gone through weight-bearing training before. He knew that the longer the weight-bearing training, the more obvious the load would be. Pierce the round wooden beads to practice the fast. When your sword can pierce the smallest round wooden bead, you'll have achieved something. As he spoke, Chen Zong felt a dazzling light flash in front of him. A tiny dot appeared in the center of the bean-sized wooden bead, but the wooden bead seemed to be firmly fixed in place, not moving at all. Chen Zong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart in turmoil. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chuyun had unsheathed his sword and thrust it out. It was unbelievably fast. Even with his enhanced eyesight, he could only see the flash of the sword. If he was an enemy, he wouldn't even know how he died. Most importantly, such a quick stab not only hit the center of the bean-sized wooden bead, but it also did not pierce through it. The wooden bead did not budge at all. This meant that Chen Chuyun's casual stab was not only extremely accurate, but his control of power had also reached an astonishing level. That thrust fully demonstrated to Chen Zong what it meant to be fast, accurate, and steady. Although such a thrust is simple, It's better than thousands of swordsmanship. Chenzong thought to himself. His heart was burning with passion. If I can incorporate it into my swordsmanship will be faster, more accurate, and more stable. Won't that increase my power? Chenzong's reaction satisfied Chen Chuyun. Talent was one thing when it came to swordsmanship. Passion was also one thing. Let's start with the biggest wooden bead. Chen Chuyun stepped back to give him enough space. Chenzong took a deep breath and walked to the egg-sized wooden bead. From a distance, he stared at the wooden bead and slowly adjusted his posture until he felt it was the best time to thrust his sword. Holding his breath, with only the egg-sized wooden bead in his eyes, he twisted his body and thrust his sword out. For Chenzong, who had practiced the 8 moves of the real sword to the basic level, it was not difficult at all. Moreover, during the 20 days he lived in the Howling Wind Forest, he had trained his sword to pierce fish and cut branches. With one thrust, the wooden bead was pierced and shattered. Chen Chuyun nodded imperceptibly. Sheathing his sword, he aimed at the second wooden bead, adjusted his posture, and thrust his sword out. After Chenzong pierced the third wooden bead, he thrust his sword at the fourth wooden bead, but it just brushed past the bead. Your sword is not fast or accurate enough. Chen Chuyun was not polite at all. Although she felt that Chenzong was good at his first attempt, she could not praise him too much in case he became arrogant. Practice for an hour first. Chenzong also felt that his sword was not fast or accurate enough. Even when he pierced the biggest wooden bead, he was not skillful enough. His goal was to be like Chen Chuyun, who could pierce the bead with a casual thrust and control his strength precisely. He practiced repeatedly until his arm was sore and he had to rest. Then, he practiced the steadiness formula. The steadiness formula was to hold the sword hilt and extend the sword forward in a straight line with the arm. At the end of the sword, there was a 5-kilogram iron ball. At first, there was no pressure, but as time went by, Chenzong felt that the tendons in his right arm were being pulled forward. It began to hurt as if they were being torn apart, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. 5 minutes later, Chenzong felt that his arm had lost all feeling. He had to put it down and rest. Chen Chuyun gently rubbed Chenzong's right arm with her fingers. He gradually regained feeling. It was warm and comfortable, and he recovered in a few minutes. Continue. Chen Chuyun was like a strict teacher. He practiced several times and pierced the wooden ball again. That's it for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Chen Chuyun said. Goodbye, instructor. Chenzong bowed formally. Although he had not formally become an apprentice, Chenzong was very grateful for Chen Chuyun's teaching. Chapter 13. Stop, what did the instructor call you for? Outside the residential area, Chenzong, Chen Wu, and the other clan disciples blocked his path and questioned him sternly. Speak. Chen Wu pressed. It's none of your business. Chenzong glanced at them and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You. Chenzong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Chen Wu's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze fierce. You want to fight? Chenzong's gaze was sharp. The group champion battle is in 20 days. I hope you can still be so arrogant then, Chenzong said coldly and left with a belly full of anger. The clan hall had its own rules. 4 disciples like them who had just entered the clan hall and had yet to reach the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Their mission was to cultivate diligently and strive to become martial artists as soon as possible. Therefore, other than the monthly group champion battle, they were not allowed to fight in private. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Group champion battle. Chenzong smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword. I will let you know how sharp my sword is. Chenzong's life was very regular. Every morning, he would cultivate the Tiger Roar formula in his room. In the afternoon, he would head to Chen Chuyun's courtyard to cultivate the 18 fundamental forms and the quick, accurate, and steady 3-word formula. At night, he would cultivate the Tiger Power Fist, 8 forms of the true sword, residual shadow swordsmanship, whisking willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship. He didn't know if it was because of his hard work or because of his cultivation of the 18 fundamental forms, but Chen Zong realized that his cultivation of the 4 foundational swordsmanship was different from before. Within the same realm, every stroke was smoother and smoother. No matter if it was gentle or sharp, they all carried a natural smoothness. After many comparisons, Chen Zong was finally certain that the cultivation of the 18 fundamental forms had helped his swordsmanship to a certain extent. It had improved his control of the sword. On the 30th day of his arrival at the clan hall, it had been exactly 1 month. In Chen Chuyun's courtyard, Chen Zong was cultivating. His right arm was tied with a heavy black iron plate, which was covered under his sleeve. The heavy iron plate was not 10 pounds, but 20 pounds. His right hand held the sword hilt and held it horizontally in front of him. The sword and his arm formed a straight line. On the other end of the sword hung a heavy iron ball, which weighed 20 pounds. Chen Zong looked straight ahead. His body was like a wooden stake, and his arms were stretched out. He did not move at all. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Chen Zong was still holding his sword, motionless. At the 7th minute, Chen's arm trembled slightly. He continued to hold on. At the 8th minute, the muscles in his arms felt like they were about to break. At the 9th minute, his entire arm went numb and he lost all feeling. At the 10th minute, Chen Zong had reached his limit. He had no choice but to put down his hand and slowly stretch his right arm to let his blood and qi circulate and nourish his right arm. At the beginning of his training, Chen Zong could only hold on for 5 minutes with 10 pounds of weight on his arm and 10 pounds of weight on the sword tip. Now, with 20 pounds of weight on his arm and 10 pounds of weight on the sword tip, he could hold on for 10 minutes. It was a significant improvement. While his right arm was recovering, Chen Zong held the sword hilt with his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him. Chen Chuyun did not teach him to do so. It was just an idea that popped up in Chen Zong's mind during his recent training. He usually held the sword with his right hand. However, if his right hand was injured or temporarily unable to hold the sword for some reason, his strength would decrease a lot. Why not let his left hand hold the sword as well? Chen Zong began to focus on training with his left hand. However, it was very difficult for someone who had been used to using his right hand since he was young. However, Chen Zong could overcome it. Under the same weight, his left arm was obviously weaker than his right arm. It reached its limit at the 7th minute and had to be put down to recover. At this time, his right arm could be trained again. An hour later, both arms were recovered. Chen Zong held the sword and practiced the 18 basic movements with his right hand. After he finished practicing, he switched to his left hand. It seemed that there was not much difference, but Chen Zong knew very well that the 18 basic movements practiced with his left hand was very different from that practiced with his right hand. He still needed to work harder. Standing in front of the round wooden bead, Chen Zong's posture was very casual. He quickly waved his right hand and unsheathed his iron sword. With a dim flash of sword light, the egg-sized round wooden bead trembled slightly and a sword hole appeared in its center. It meant that Chen Zong was gradually getting started in the practice of the fast, accurate, and steady 3-word formula. The sword light flashed again with amazing sharpness. The second round wooden bead trembled slightly and a sword hole appeared in its center as well. The third round wooden bead. The fourth round wooden bead. The fifth round wooden bead. The sixth round wooden bead. When Chen Zong stabbed the 7th round wooden bead with his sword, the sword passed by the bead and cut a hole. He put the sword back into the sheath, adjusted his posture, pulled out the sword and stabbed again. When his right hand was sore, he switched to his left hand. The left hand was more difficult to train than the right hand, but after a few days of training, he had achieved some result. After adjusting his posture, he stabbed the biggest round wooden bead directly, but his control of strength was not as stable as his right hand. After 3 hours of training, Chen Zong left. At night, in a corner of the martial arts field, Chen Zong was practicing his sword. First, he used his left hand to perform the 8 moves of the real sword, the residual shadow sword art, the whisking willow sword art, and the eagle strike sword art. Then, he used his right hand to practice wholeheartedly. After 20 days of hard practice, the 8 moves of the real sword had reached the peak of the initial level, and the residual shadow sword art, the whisking willow sword art, and the eagle strike sword art had all reached the peak of the advanced level. Crouching sword art, drawing sword art, rushing sword art. The 8 moves of the real sword were performed by Chen Zong. Tonight there was no moon, only sparse starlight. The iron sword was dark and dull, but under the dancing of Chen Zong, every sword move would emit a dazzling light, which was the sign of the 8 moves of the real sword having reached the peak of the initial level. Every sword light was clearly visible and dazzling, like the stars in the dark night. Exploding sword art. Chen Zong sprinted. His back was like a dragon, and his strength went straight to the sword. His sword was extremely fierce and unreserved, as if he had used up all his strength. It pierced through the sky, like a flying star chasing after the moon. The sword emitted a dazzling light at an extremely fast speed. When the sword pierced through the air, countless sparks burst out, and the air was filled with traces of burning. Under the sword, a slight whistling sound, like the tide of the sea and the sky, gradually spread out. Chen Zong trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. A strong numbness swept through his limbs and bones, and his limbs could not help but tremble slightly. The blood qi in his body was vibrating, as if there was a tiger roaring. Subconsciously, Chen Zong put down the iron sword and assumed the crouching tiger style. He removed all distracting thoughts, silently recited the formula of the tiger roaring formula, and concentrated all his mind on controlling the blood qi. He saw the red stream flowing in a strange way, making a sound like a tiger's roar. The blood qi flowed at an alarming speed, like a flood bursting through a dam. Gradually, Chen Zong lost control. His skin turned red, and his body temperature rose rapidly, as if his whole body was burning. Chen Zong remained calm and tried his best to control the blood qi. He did not know if it was due to his own efforts or other reasons, but the flow of the blood qi gradually slowed down until it finally returned to its original state. However, Chen Zong realized that the blood qi looked a little different, and its color was brighter. Could it be? A thought popped up, and Chen Zong quickly tried to move the blood qi. The blood qi flowed faster all over his body, and his skin turned slightly red. Chen Zong immediately felt that his body seemed to have become lighter. He clenched his fist, and a stronger force was being nurtured within it. The standard strength of the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm was 500 pounds. Chen Zong was already extremely familiar with it, so he could clearly feel the slight increase in his strength. That's right, under the guidance of the blood qi, his body was strengthened in all aspects, especially his strength, which increased by about 50 pounds. In other words, he had completely refined the blood qi in his body, which was at least half a month earlier than he had originally expected. After refining the blood qi 3 times, one could break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm and become a martial artist. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 4 months to complete the first refinement of the blood qi from learning the tiger roar technique. About 2 months would be spent on the preliminary cultivation of the tiger roar technique, and the remaining 2 months would be spent on the actual refinement of the blood qi. The second refinement of the blood qi would take even longer, at least 3 months. The third refinement of the blood qi would take at least 4 months. In other words, under normal circumstances, a martial disciple with average talent would need almost a year to refine the blood qi 3 times. Those with higher talent would need less time to refine the blood qi 3 times, perhaps only 9 months or half a year. Those with lower talent would need more than a year, unable to reach the goal set by the clan hall, and could only be expelled. Obviously, Chernzong's talent was not low. Coupled with the combination of various conditions, he had achieved the miracle of going from learning the tiger roar technique to refining the blood qi once in a month. It seems that I might be able to refine the blood qi 3 times in half a year and break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm. Chernzong's eyes shone brightly, his heart filled with fighting spirit. Becoming a martial artist was his second goal in the short term. Now that this goal was right in front of him, it was impossible not to be excited. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Sheathing his sword, he once again assumed the crouching sword form. Sword drawing form. The iron sword slashed forward, like a crescent moon blooming in the night sky. The sword light was dazzling, accompanied by a sharp whistle. This was the sign of the 8 forms of the true sword reaching full mastery. It was also because the 8 forms of the true sword had reached full mastery that Chernzong's body's potential was stimulated, causing the blood qi to grow rapidly. Coincidentally, the blood qi broke free from his control and accelerated its circulation, being refined by the vibrations of the tiger roar technique. The 8 forms of the true sword were extremely effective. The increase in blood qi from minor mastery to full mastery was even more obvious than when the Tiger Power Fist technique broke through from minor mastery to full mastery. In addition, the Afterimage sword technique, Whisking Willow sword technique, and Eagle Strike sword technique broke through from minor mastery to full mastery. Chernzong had never wantonly announced his cultivation progress. He did not even deliberately tell Chen Chuyun. After consolidating the 8 forms of the true sword, Chernzong looked at the sky. It should be very late, so he should rest and replenish his energy for tomorrow. This was because tomorrow was the monthly chief-disciple battle of the group, and also his first battle after entering the clan hall. Chapter 14. Year 394 of the Zhenwu calendar, October 10th. Contrary to the usual, the sky was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky, as if they were pressing down. The air was restless, giving people an indescribable feeling of oppression. The wind was somewhat unrestrained, swirling up dust and sand. When it blew past people's cheeks, they felt a slight chill. The disciples of each group had already gathered at every corner of the martial arts field. The sword group was gathered at the northeast corner of the field, lined up neatly. Today is the monthly chief disciple competition. It's also your first battle in the clan hall. Chen Chuyun's cold voice penetrated the cold wind and clearly drilled into everyone's ears. The chief disciple of the group will receive 10 energy pills as a reward. Everyone's eyes widened. The chief disciple of the other groups will receive a jar of medicinal wine brewed with Huyang bone-strengthening ointment. Chernzwa and the other 4 disciples not only widened their eyes, but even their breathing quickened. Obviously, this medicinal wine was more valuable than 10 energy pills. Huyang bone-strengthening ointment is a secret medicine brewed by our Chen family with a secret recipe. It strengthens the bones and marrow and refines the blood and qi. Chen Chuyun glanced at Chernzong and explained, its effect is better than energy pills. In fact, energy pills were more suitable for refining blood and qi. If taken before, it would not be as helpful for refining blood and qi as before. However, the medicinal wine brewed with Huyang bone-strengthening ointment was mainly used to strengthen the bones and marrow and refine the blood and qi. Not only will I become the chief disciple of the sword group, I will also defeat the other 4 chief disciples. Chernzwa vowed solemnly, not hiding his determination. Brothers Wuzong, you have the best cultivation and superb sword skills. The chief disciple will definitely be you. Chen Shuiqing flattered. Swords and sabers have no eyes. For the fairness and safety of the competition, you can only fight with wooden swords. On Chen Chuyun's left was a bundle of black wooden swords of the same length and thickness. On his right was a black wooden box. The 7 of you will draw lots. Number 1 will fight number 2, number 3 will fight number 4, number 5 will fight number 6, and number 7 will have a bye. I'll go first. Chen Wu quickly walked to the wooden box and took out a wooden card. Haha, number 7, I'm so lucky. The other 6 people took turns to go forward. Chen Zong drew number 5. His opponent was number 6. First round, number 1 against number 2. Everyone retreated, giving way to number 1 and number 2. Number 1 was Chen Yan, and number 2 was Chen Shuiqing. They happened to be 2 women among the 7. Admit defeat, you are no match for me. Chen Shuiqing pointed his wooden sword at Chen Yan and said proudly, "How would we know if we don't fight?" Chen Yan smiled and assumed the starting position of the Whisking Willow sword art. You asked for it. What Chen Shuiqing practiced was the afterimage sword art. With a thrust of his sword, the body of the sword trembled slightly, transforming into 3 sword shadows that alternated with the body of the sword, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Chen Yan's body swayed, and her wooden sword danced like a willow branch. She had also reached the peak of the great accomplishment realm, and it was pleasing to the eye. When Chen Zong executed the willow swordsmanship, which was also at the peak of the large success stage, there was a certain gentleness to it. However, when Chen Zong executed it, there was a certain tenacity to it. In Chen Zong's eyes, both Chen Yan and Chen Shuiqing's swordsmanship had many flaws. From the beginning to the end, it only took 5 minutes. Chen Shuiqing was defeated by a single move, and her face was ashen. Number 3 was Chen Shaozi, and number 4 was Chen Left Wing. The 2 did not fight, because Chen Shaozi admitted defeat directly, knowing that he was no match for Chen Left Wing. Chen Left Wing took it for granted. The third battle was between Chen Zong and Chen Che. Chen Left Wing gave Chen Che a look, and Chen Che understood and nodded secretly. Country bumpkin from a branch family, let me see how well you have practiced the 3 sword arts. Chen Che assumed the starting position of the eagle strike swordsmanship and grinned. Have you learned the basics? Chen Zong did not assume any starting position, and just stood there with his wooden sword. Arrogant country bumpkin. Chen Shuiqing was in a bad mood, and did not bother to hide her sarcasm. You probably haven't even learned the basics, so you are too embarrassed to show it. You are afraid of embarrassing yourself. Chen Wu smiled. Chen Left Wing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Take my move, Eagle Claw Strike. Chen Che's eyes were cold and sharp. His feet moved quickly, and he jumped up lightly. The wooden sword in his hand quickly stabbed out, and with a slight shake of his wrist, the sword was like the sharp claws of an eagle, fiercely clawing at Chen Zong's shoulder. The wooden sword was fast and ruthless, showing no mercy. It seemed that it was determined to injure Chen Zong. Chen Zong looked like he was scared silly, and did not move at all. Chen Wu and the others grinned, and were about to mock Chen Zong when he moved. He raised his right hand, and the black wooden sword pierced out like lightning, aiming for Chen Che's chest. Chen Che fell to the ground and rolled. His chest was in pain. He was sure that the place where he was hit was bruised, but he was confused. What happened? His eagle claw strike was about to hit his opponent's shoulder, so why did he suddenly fall to the ground and roll? Chen Wu's mouth was wide open, and he could not say a word. His whole body was in a mess. Chen Left Wing was also surprised. The sword just now was very fast. Chen Chuyun nodded secretly. His recent training was quite fruitful. His speed, accuracy, and stability had reached a certain level. There was no doubt that Chen Zong won. It was just a casual sword move. He could also see that these people had not practiced the 18 basic movement. Maybe they did not pay attention to it at all. Otherwise, the flaws in Chen Chei's swordsmanship would not be so obvious. You 4 draw again, Chen Chuyan said. Chen Zong drew number 2 this time, Chen Yen drew number 3, Chen Wu drew number 4, and Chen Left Wing drew number 1. Do you still remember what I said 20 days ago? It will come true soon. Although Chen Left Wing was surprised by the speed of Chen Zong's sword, he did not pay attention to it. The idea of looking down on the branch families had been passed down for a long time, and it was not easy to change. Please. Chen Zong's answer was very simple. Brother Left Wing, teach him a lesson, Chen Shuiqing shouted. Yes. Chen Chei nodded hard, and the wound in his chest was affected. He gasped. Chen Left Wing adopted the starting posture of the eagle strike swordsmanship. His aura changed immediately. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he saw Chen Zong as his prey. The same swordsmanship and the same realm, but Chen Left Wing's performance was completely superior to Chen Chei's. This was a powerful opponent who deserved to be taken seriously. Chen Zong also adopted the starting posture of the eagle strike swordsmanship. Everyone felt that Chen Zong was about to transform into an eagle and soar into the sky. Impossible! Not only Chen Left Wing, but the others also whispered. Didn't they say that Chen Zong began to practice the eagle strike swordsmanship and the other 2 swordsmanship after entering the clan hall? Why was his starting posture already at the peak of the great accomplishment? It was even better than Chen Left Wing's. There is a trace of the realm of consummation, Chen Chu-yun said to himself. When one's swordsmanship reached this level, it was not difficult to reach the realm of consummation. It was only a matter of time. It sounded simple, but it was not easy. For most people, no matter how hard they worked, they could not reach the realm of consummation. It was something only a few people could do. Strike. Like an eagle flying, Chen Zong spread his wings and swept across the sky. The eagle strike swordsmanship focused on attacking. It used the tip of the sword and the blade to fight the enemy. Eagle wing strike. Eagle claw strike. Eagle soaring strike. Eagle peck strike. One strike after another, Chen Zong showed no mercy. The wooden sword was like wings, claws, and beaks. Following a slight opening, Chen Zong slashed out and hit Chen Left Wing's arm like a whip. Chen Left Wing's arm trembled and the wooden sword almost fell out of his hand. He hurriedly retreated. Wait! Seeing that Chen Zong was about to pursue him, Chen Left Wing hurriedly said, You want to admit defeat? Chen Zong's words almost made Chen Left Wing vomit blood. I won't admit defeat. The battle just now was not my true strength. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. Chen Left Wing said angrily and adopted the starting posture of a swordsmanship again. It was different from the eagle strike swordsmanship. It was light and fast. Immediately, Chen Left Wing channeled his blood chi and his skin turned slightly red. Fast sword. With a low shout, Chen Left Wing drew his sword. The speed of the sword was so fast that it pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. The moment the sword was drawn, it appeared in front of Chen Zong. So fast. Chen Zong was surprised. He quickly retreated and lifted his wooden sword to parry Chen Left Wing's sword. Unexpectedly, Chen Left Wing quickly withdrew his sword and thrust it out again at a slightly faster speed. One strike followed by another, faster and faster. Chen Zong kept retreating. His sharp eyes were looking for flaws in Chen Left Wing's swordsmanship. This swift sword had very few flaws, and it disappeared in a flash, making it difficult to grasp. Since that was the case, Chen Zong decided to create his own flaws. Willow form, stagger form, eagle peck strike. The sword directly pierced Chen Left Wing's wrist. The terrifying power seemed to have broken his bones and made the sword fall out of his hand. Then, the sword was pressed against Chen Left Wing's throat. You could have admitted defeat before, Chen Zong said faintly. Chen Left Wing almost vomited blood again. He had clearly displayed the 7 styles of fast sword, which was more powerful than the eagle strike swordsmanship. He had used his blood and qi to strengthen his body, and his strength had increased by 100 pounds. But in the end, he still lost. Next, it was Chen Yen against Chen Wu. Chen Wu practiced the afterimage swordsmanship. In the battle, Chen Wu defeated Chen Yen. The last battle, Chen Zong against Chen Wu, Chen Chuyun announced. This battle was related to who would be the champion of the sword team, and who would get the 10 energy pellet. I admit defeat. Chen Wu hesitated for a moment and then said. His strength was at most on par with Chen Che, but not as good as Chen Zong. Chen Left Wing had also been defeated by Chen Zong when he used his full strength. If he fought against Chen Zong, the result would be the same. Since that was the case, Chen Wu didn't want to go up. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Chen Chuyun thought to herself. A sword practitioner who was afraid of such a battle would lose his sharpness. But this was the opponent's right. She wouldn't interfere. The champion of the sword team is Chen Zong. In the afternoon, the champion of the 5 groups will battle. The elders of the clan hall will come to watch, Chen Chuyun said. Chen Zong, prepare well and defeat the other 4 champions. Yes. Chen Zong's voice was powerful. Dismissed. Chen Chuyun left, and so did Chen Zong. Humph, a petty person intoxicated by success. Staring at Chen Zong's back, Chen Che was furious. He thinks he can defeat the other 4 champions just because he's the champion of the sword team? He's too arrogant. Chen Shuiqing was the same. As far as I know, Chen Fenghua of the sword team has reached the peak of the chain blade technique and the heavy strike blade technique. He's stronger than me. Chen Left Wing smiled coldly. In the afternoon, let's see how this country bumpkin embarrasses himself in front of the elders. Chen Wu smiled. Chapter 15. Who? Are you the ones who can become the king of the first seat? A rainstorm drenched the entire training field. After the rain, a 10-meter-long, 10-meter-wide, 1-meter-high hardwood arena was temporarily built in the center of the training field. Around the arena, 60 martial disciples were led by their respective instructors, each taking a corner. On the arena stood an old man in a brown robe. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were clear and deep. He was speaking in a rhythmic tone. His name was Chun Xing, one of the elders of the family hall. His voice was very infectious. Every martial disciple who heard it was extremely excited. It was as if they were filled with energy and wanted to sacrifice everything for the Chun family. As a sword practitioner, one should keep calm. Chen Chuyun was not affected at all. As for Chen Zong, he wanted to keep calm, but in front of a master who was beyond the qi and blood realm, it was very difficult. However, the tip of the mysterious sword made his mind clear. Therefore, he was not affected. Now, let's invite the first seat of the fist technique group to the arena. Elder Chen Xing said at last. Chen Zong looked over. The first seat of the fist technique group jumped. His strong body landed on the arena, making a muffled sound. Chen Guzhan came from the Red Rock Town branch family. He had the strength of 800 pounds in one arm. His body was unbelievably strong, like a bull. The first seat of the palm technique group was Chen Yong. He looked very ordinary with a serious face. His height and body were very ordinary. The only thing that attracted people's attention was his palms. They were thicker than normal people and had a layer of calluses. Obviously, he was a natural-born master of palm technique. The first seat of the leg technique group, Chun Ying's figure was slender and graceful, and also had a kind of vigor. Especially her pair of legs, which were wrapped in a tight martial suit, were round and slender, and looked full of strength. And her eyes were very aggressive, like a wild beast that lived in the forest. The first seat of the blade technique group, Chen Fenghua. His name was very nice, and he was also very good-looking. However, he was a man. His eyes were very charming. His fingers were long and slender, and he carried a long blade on his back. His whole body exuded an aura that would make girls fall for him. The first seat of the sword technique group, Chen Zong, jumped lightly and landed on the arena soundlessly. At first glance, he looked very ordinary, but the more you looked at him, the more interesting he became. It's really him. Chen Yuyao covered her mouth with her slender hand. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her emotions were extremely complicated. Chen Yidao's eyes were a little bitter. They were both from small lake town. He was insignificant in the boxing group, but Chen Zong was the chief disciple of the swordsmanship group. They were completely incomparable. The 5 champion seats of the 5 groups will fight in turns, and the final victor will be crowned the king of the champion seat. Other than the fixed reward of 10 energy pills, the champion will also receive a jar of Tiger Yang bone-strengthening wine. Elder Chen Xing's clear and deep gaze swept across the faces of the 5 people. The 5 of you will each fight against the other 4. The one who wins 4 times in a row will be number 1. The first battle, Chen Guzhan vs. Chen Yong. The other 3 chief disciples, please leave the stage temporarily. Elder Chen Xing was not only here to watch the battle, but also to act as a referee. My fists are very heavy. It's better if you admit defeat as soon as possible. Chen Guzhan grinned at Chen Yong as he clenched his fists and collided them together. Kacha, 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 kacha. My palm technique is not to be trifled with either. Chen Yong's face was serious and old-fashioned. He opened his broad palms and channeled his blood qi. His skin was slightly red. In that case, take my fist. Chen Guzhan chuckled and took a step forward, charging towards Chen Yong like a bull. He raised his fist and punched out with all his strength. The wind howled under his fist, and the air trembled. The terrifying momentum seemed to be able to knock down a house with a single punch. Heavy punch at the peak of the phenomenal realm. This was a foundation establishment martial art that focused only on crushing the opponent with strength. It was most suitable for people who were born with great strength to practice. Chen Guzhan was such a person. With the strength of 400 kilograms in one arm, the power of the heavy punch could be exerted to the extreme. It was enough to crush all opponents of the same level. However, it was not luck that Chen Yong could become the chief disciple of the palm technique group. His broad palms were full of calluses and could almost withstand swords and sabers. In the face of Chen Guzhan's all-out punch, Chen Yong's palms slapped out. His palms caved in. The moment his 5 fingers touched Chen Guzhan's fist, his palms were facing outward, and the power that he had been holding back suddenly shot out. Peak-level breaking monument palm technique. This was a palm technique that focused on toughness, but Chen Yong had practiced it to a new level. Under his palm, there were 2 forces attacking, making it even more tyrannical. Chen Guzhan's arm trembled, and his strong body stopped. Chen Yong took a step forward, and his whole body rotated with that step as the center. His other palm went through Chen Guzhan's waist and hit Chen Guzhan's ribs with the power of wind and thunder. Chen Guzhan's left arm protected his ribs and took Chen Yong's palm head-on. His strong body swayed, and he took a step back. Chen Yong's palms continued to hit Chen Guzhan's body. Each of his palms contained 2 forces, and they continuously hit Chen Guzhan's body. However, Chen Guzhan crossed his arms and blocked them all. No matter how strong you are, I will not move. So strong. Below the stage, all the martial disciples gasped. Chen Yong's palms were enough to break a stone. If it were them, they would not be able to take even 1 palm. Would Chen Guzhan be beaten to death? Powerful. Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. To be able to become the lead disciple, His strength was indeed amazing. Compared to Chen Yong was obviously much stronger. However, Chen Zong paid more attention to Chen Gujan. Facing Chen Yong's storm-like attacks, Chen Gujan tried his best to shrink his body, and crossed his arms to protect his head, ribs, and other body parts. His muscles were stretched to the extreme, and Chen Yong's palms made dull sounds as if they were hitting rocks. Chen Yong was not made of iron, and he would be tired after a dozen of continuous attacks. He felt that if Chen Gujan were to take his attacks head-on, he would definitely be injured and lose without a doubt. Your palm art is indeed very strong. Chen Gujan put down his arms, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not care and smiled. Deep in his eyes there seemed to be a trace of madness, but I am stronger. Chen Yong's fists were like a flash flood, and also like a falling meteorite. The terrifying wind pressure caused Chen Yong's facial muscles to sink, and he had difficulty breathing. He raised his palms to block. The moment the fists and palms collided, a terrifying force erupted, and Chen Yong could not resist at all. He was forced to retreat continuously. Chen Gujan was like a madman, and his fists bombarded continuously. 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. The 5th punch, Chen Yong could no longer resist, and he was sent flying off the stage. His arms were trembling, and his palms were in extreme pain. I already said that I want you to admit defeat. Chen Gujan looked down at Chen Yong and grinned. Chen Yong was a serious person. Fist Art Lead Disciple Chen Gujan has won a row of victories. The second battle, Leg Art Lead Disciple Chen Ying vs Blade Art Lead Disciple Chen Fenghua. Elder Chen Xing announced loudly, and Chen Gujan jumped off the stage. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, and he needed to rest. Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua went up the stage. Chen Ying's legs were covered in leopard skin boots, and the long blade on Chen Fenghua's back was gone. Instead, he held a black wooden blade in his hand. Chen Ying's eyes were full of wildness. Normal people would not be able to withstand that kind of gaze, but Chen Fenghua was calm and indifferent, as if he was not affected by anything. Without saying a word, Chen Ying rushed out quickly. His body was as agile as a cheetah, and he covered 7 to 8 meters in a flash. His leg was like a steel whip, and it swept towards Chen Fenghua's lower body. Chen Fenghua jumped lightly, and the black wooden blade in his hand turned into a black light, chopping forward. With one hand on the ground, he turned his body, and his legs were like a whirlwind. One of his legs swept towards the blade light, while the other leg was like a python rolling towards Chen Fenghua's chest. Indeed, to be a lead disciple, no one is simple. Chen Zong thought. The normal martial disciples were stunned. They did not know that they could fight like this. As the blade struck down, the blade light split into 2, and chopped towards Chen Ying's legs at the same time. After the collision, a terrifying force burst out. Chen Ying landed on the ground, and with a push of his hands, he bounced up in an instant. His legs alternated like 2 pythons coming out of their holes. Chen Fenghua landed on the ground lightly, and his body was like flowing water, avoiding Chen Ying's legs. The wooden blade in his hand followed. This chop was unstoppable. The blade light was endless, as if it would never stop. While performing the python leg art at the peak of the great accomplishment, he also performed the blade wind leg art at the peak of the great accomplishment. The strong wind howled, shattering the black blade light one after another. As the wooden blade collided with the leopard skin boots, a series of muffled sounds rang out. The battle was intense. Chen Ying's leg art was like her personality, full of wildness. However, no matter how intense Chen Fenghua's attacks were, he always had a kind of calmness. No matter how Chen Ying attacked, Chen Fenghua always responded with ease. Chen Zong could see that he was looking for an opportunity. Chen Zong put himself in Chen Fenghua's shoes, and imagined how he would deal with such an opponent. Chen Fenghua's blade art was the chain blade art, which was at the pinnacle of the great completion realm. Suddenly, the seemingly endless blade light paused, and the blade fell down with a horrifying gust of wind, as if it had split open the space in front of it. It was powerful enough to shatter a huge rock. The heavy strike blade art was at the peak of the great accomplishment level. Different from the chain blade art, the heavy strike blade art focused on a heavy blow, directly defeating the target without a second strike. The timing of this strike was perfect, and Chen Zong's eyes lit up. This strike was completely out of Chen Ying's expectation. She didn't have time to react, and couldn't circulate her blood qi. This strike was powerful and ferocious. Chen Ying was hit, flew out, and fell out of the arena. She was defeated. Chen Fenghua, the top disciple of the Blade Art Group, wins in a row. Elder Chen Xing announced again. The third battle, the top disciple of the Sword Art Group versus the top disciple of the Palm Art Group, Chen Yong. After a rest, Chen Yong's palms had recovered. Below the arena, the instructor of the Fist Art Group, Chen He, stared at Chen Zong with a playful look. When he heard that Chen Zong had practiced the Tiger Strength Fist art to perfection, he was the first to call him out and pay attention to him. He didn't expect that Chen Zong would refuse to join the Fist Art Group, and instead join the Sword Art Group. This made him very unhappy. Chen Chuyun, your Sword Art Group is too weak. Even a person who practiced the sword for a month can become the champion. Chen He looked at Chen Chuyun and said sarcastically. Chen Chuyun glanced at Chen He, but didn't pay any attention to him. In the arena, Chen Yong took a deep breath, and made the opening gesture of the steel-breaking palm, facing Chen Zong directly. After the battle with Chen Guzhan, and the battle between Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua, Chen Yong realized that to become the champion of each group, there must be something special about him. The champion of the Sword Art Group hadn't fought yet, but to be able to defeat Chen Xianfeng and become the champion, his strength was probably not weak. He deserved to be treated seriously. Chapter 16. My new book is trying to make it to the top of the list. I need your support to keep winning. Chen Yong walked slowly towards Chen Zong, one step at a time. He put his palms in front of him, one above and one below, so that he could defend every part of his body. Chen Zong didn't move. His sharp eyes were looking for flaws in Chen Yong's body. Like a chariot moving forward, Chen Yong's aura was oppressive. When they were 2 meters apart, Chen Yong suddenly jumped up like a big fish out of the water. He slapped his palm towards Chen Zong's face. His broad palm quickly enlarged in front of Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Yong didn't move forward, retreat, or dodge. He stabbed with his sword. As the sword flashed, 3 shadows appeared and separated, as if 4 swords were attacking at the same time. Split shadow style. Chen Yong blocked the wooden sword with his right palm and hit Chen Zong's ribs with his left palm from his waist. Staggered shadow style. The shadows of the swords intertwined, causing Chen Yong's palm to miss. He had to withdraw his left palm quickly. He waved his palms continuously in front of him, forming a palm wall. Folding shadow style. The shadows of the swords folded and passed through the palm wall. They quickly enlarged in front of Chen Yong's eyes, forcing him to retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yong channeled his blood qi and used all of his strength to rush forward. His speed increased a bit as he threw out a palm strike, bringing along a terrifying whistling sound. His power was even more tyrannical, as if he could shatter the stone tablet with a single palm strike. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp as if they could see through everything. Chen Yong's footsteps and the trajectory of his palms appeared in front of his eyes. The lines on his palms gradually enlarged. Sword. Overlapping shadow style. The 3 shadows overlapped with the sword, blurring it and making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It passed through Chen Yong's palms and stabbed towards his throat. The sword was longer than his arm. If Chen Yong insisted on attacking with his palm, his throat would be hit by the wooden sword first. He had to stop his palms and hit the wooden sword. His palms intertwined with a terrible whistling sound, trying to break the wooden sword. Split shadow style. Chen Yong broke the shadow of the sword, but the sword directly to his chest, causing him to retreat. Staggered shadow. Overlapping shadow. Folding shadow. Shadowless style. With the final sword strike, the three afterimages disappeared. Only the sword remained clear and direct, striking Chen Yong off the stage. The champion of the sword art group, Chen Zong, has won in a row. Elder Chen Xing announced with a smile on his face. Chen Yong's solemn expression was somewhat bitter. After 2 consecutive defeats, he had no fate with the title of king of the first seat. Next battle, Chen Guzhan of the Fist Division versus Chen Fenghua of the Saber Division. Chen Guzhan assumed the heavy fist opening stance. He only practiced heavy fist. Chen Guzhan was a powerful opponent, so Chen Fenghua treated him cautiously. He took the starting stance of the chain blade technique, but his expression remained unchanged. He gave off a calm feeling. When he punched out, his fist energy was ferocious. It swept up violent waves as if it could shatter mountain rock. When he struck out with his saber, the saber light was like a continuous tide. Chen Guzhan's strength was tyrannical, and his physique was astonishing. His fists were incomparably heavy, and every punch carried an astonishing pressure that made it difficult for people to breathe. Chen Fenghua channeled his blood qi, and his speed and strength were both enhanced. His saber strikes were faster, fiercer, and stronger. Chen Guzhan came from a branch family. Like Chen Zong, he also started to practice the tiger roar technique after entering the clan hall. So far, he was only at the initial stage, and there was still a long way to go before he could refine his blood qi. Chen Fenghua came from the main family, and he started to practice the tiger roar technique before entering the clan hall. Now, he was about to refine his blood qi for the second time. Chain blade technique. Heavy strike blade technique. Alternating between light and slow strikes, Chen Guzhan's weakness was revealed. He was not agile enough. His strong body gave him more strength and a stronger physique, but his agility was relatively weak. When facing some weaker opponents, this was nothing. He could completely crush them with his strength, but when facing a strong opponent, his lack of agility would become his weakness and be exploited by his opponent. The wooden saber struck Chen Guzhan's body from every angle, and he cried out after many strikes. "Stop, stop, stop!" Chen Guzhan hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat for this battle. When I find a way, I will definitely defeat you next time." "Damn, it hurts." Chen Guzhan gritted his teeth and jumped out of the arena, which made people smile. Chen Fenghua of the Blade Technique Group has won twice in a row. The next battle is between Chen Ying of the Leg Technique Group and Chen Zong of the Sword Technique Group. Elder Chen Xing laughed. Chen Ying's invasive gaze landed on Chen Zong's face as she dashed over like a cheetah. Her slender legs stirred up a sharp gust of wind that whistled as she arrived. Chen Yuyao stared with her eyes wide open. What Chen Ying was using was the blade wind leg technique that she had also practiced. It was also at the peak of the great accomplishment, but Chen Ying's was obviously more exquisite and powerful. Chen Zong's body swayed like a willow in the wind. Willow sword technique at the peak of the great accomplishment. This was a sword technique that emphasized both attack and defense. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could also be used to defend against attack. It was very exquisite, especially after Chen Zong saw Chen Yan's whisking willow sword technique. He understood it and improved it a little. Chen Ying used the blade wind leg technique and the python leg technique alternately. Her legs created gusts of wind, and under the gusts of wind, it was as if a python had come out of its hole. Chen Zong performed the whisking willow sword technique to the extreme. No matter how strong you are, I will sway in the wind. Unknowingly, he had a deeper understanding of swords and sword technique. The wooden sword swayed like a willow branch, passing through the gusts of wind and hitting Chen Ying's legs. The force was flexible, but the surface was sore and painful. Gradually, Chen Ying's legs became weak, and the leg techniques she used became weaker. She was defeated by Chen Zong after a few moves. Chen Zong of the sword technique group has won twice in a row. I will definitely defeat you next time. Chen Ying was unwilling to admit defeat. We will see. Chen Zong laughed. The next battle is between Chen Yong of the palm technique group and Chen Fenghua of the blade technique group. Chen Yong's face was serious. He took the opening stance of the broken steely palm technique, channeled his blood and qi, and used all of his strength. His thick palms struck out continuously, and the shadows of the palms overlapped. The wind from the palms whistled like a wall crashing towards Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua channeled his blood and qi, and struck down with his blade. The black blade light was swift and violent, like a falling meteor, and shattered the wind from the palms. It turned into a chain of attacks, and Chen Yong could only defend. Heavy strike blade technique. Chain blade technique. Heavy strike blade technique. Chen Yong's defense was broken, and the wooden blade hit his chest. Chen Fenghua of the blade technique group has won 3 times in a row. The next battle is between Chen Guzhan of the fist technique group and Chen Zong of the sword technique group. I hate people like you who use swords and sabers the most, Chen Guzhan muttered as he took the opening stance of the heavy strike. His eyes were wide open, and he charged forward like a bull. With a sharp sound, Chen Zong swung his sword like an eagle spreading its wings. Eagle strike sword technique at the peak of greater mastery. Oh, he has practiced all 3 foundation building sword techniques to the peak of the great accomplishment stage. Elder Chen Xing was slightly surprised. In most cases, martial disciples would practice only one foundation building martial art. For people like Chen Guzhan and Chen Yong, they would practice 2 at most. For people like Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua, they practiced 3 and reached the peak of the great accomplishment stage. Looks like this kid is quite talented in swordsmanship. Elder Chen Xing thought to himself. He didn't know that Chen Zong was a martial artist at the beginning, and had practiced the Tiger Power Fist technique to perfection. As for the 3 foundation building sword techniques, he had only started practicing them after entering the clan hall. Otherwise, who knew how shocked he would be? Chen Chuyun, Chen Zong is definitely not a match for Chen Guzhan. Chen, he said with a gloomy face. Bet. Chen Chuyun was straightforward. Chen He's face darkened and he didn't answer. He was just saying. He wasn't sure if Chen Guzhan could defeat Chen Zong. The wooden sword flew past Chen Guzhan's body like an eagle's wings, and struck Chen Guzhan's ribs with an opening. Spinning around, the wooden sword attacked Chen Guzhan's back like an eagle's claw. Chen Guzhan's body spun like a whirlwind. Both of his fists violently attacked Chen Zong, completely ignoring Chen Zong's sword. After the battle with Chen Fenghua, he had let go of himself. Instead of passively defending, he might as well take the initiative and use his strong body to block the attack of his opponent's wooden sword. As long as his opponent was hit by his fists, he would definitely be injured and defeated. Watching the battle from below the stage was completely different from directly facing it. Chen Zong could feel the terrifying wind pressure from Chen Guzhan's fists, which even affected his balance. Fortunately, under Chen Chuyun's guidance, Chen Zong was completely different from before. Like an eagle against the wind, Chen Guzhan flew straight up. The wooden sword was like an eagle's beak, and the strength of the attack was concentrated into a single point. Chen Guzhan's face immediately changed, and he felt as if a piece of his flesh had been pecked off from where he was hit. Withstanding the attack, Chen Guzhan's fists became fiercer. His whole body pushed forward like a chariot, crushing Chen Zong, trying to force him off the stage. Undoubtedly, this was a somewhat shameless way of doing things. If Chen Zong's sword was made of iron, Chen Gujan would already be covered in wounds. The wooden sword's power was limited, which was why Chen Gujan dared to do this. Eagle Strike sword art was performed to the extreme, looking for a flaw. 8 true sword styles, rapid sword style. The sword was fast and urgent, and Chen Gujan had no time to react. He only felt a pain in his throat, as if it had been pierced through. It was extremely uncomfortable. In the next breath, Chen Zong's wooden sword continuously slashed at the same place on both of his arms. The 4th sword art is the rapid sword style? Elder Chen Xing was shocked and secretly guessed. Did he secretly learn my rapid sword style? Chen Yilong's face also changed greatly. Sword Art Group's champion, Chen Zong, 3 consecutive victories. Following Elder Chen Xing's announcement, Chen He's face darkened. Next battle, Palm Art Group's champion, Chen Yong vs. Leg Art Group's champion, Chen Ying. As soon as they got on the stage, the two immediately got into a fighting stance. They didn't attack immediately, but instead stared at each other, looking for a flaw. The king of the first seats is between you and me. Chen Fenghua smiled lightly at Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded, his battle intent surging. Not long ago, he was still troubled by the difficulty of improving his cultivation. Now, not only did he enter the clan hall, but he also won the Sword Art Group's champion, and even had the qualifications to compete for the king of the first seats. Chen Yong fought steadily, while Chen Ying was like a raging torrent. The two collided again and again. Chen Yong's palms were like an airtight defense, and no matter how Chen Ying attacked, he couldn't break through. After the previous 3 battles, his battle skills had improved, and so had Chen Ying, whose legs were faster and more powerful. Both of them channeled their blood qi, erupting with their full strength. There was a limit to one's strength, especially on the attacking side. Chen Ying was exhausted after a series of fierce attacks, and Chen Yong seized the opportunity to send out a palm attack. This was a palm attack that had been accumulating power for a long time, and Chen Ying couldn't block it and was knocked out of the stage. Palm Art Group's champion, Chen Yong, 3 consecutive victories. Chen Yong lamented that it wasn't easy to win. After losing 3 consecutive battles, he finally won one. It wasn't that embarrassing. Next battle, Blade Art Group's champion, Chen Fenghua vs. Sword Art Group's champion, Chen Zong. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.